Alright guys, here we are in Logic, and what we're going to have a look at is trying to balance the kick and bass. It's a question I see quite a bit where someone's saying, oh, the kick's not cutting through the bass, or the bass is overwhelming, or when the kick's in, they occupy a really similar area in most cases. And there's a couple of little things you can do to sort of have a look into it and find a better way to balance them out. And I just thought I'd use this beat I'm just messing around with here just to show you guys a couple of ways that you can tackle the issue and understand a bit more about what's going on. So for perspective, I'll just play a little bit of this beat. Cool, so at the minute you can hear the kick drum, it's there, but there's definitely some conflict going on. So let's just get rid of these guys right here and we'll have a look at the two. So I'm pretty sure you're the little subline. As you see, I've not labeled anything, which is terrible. Always label your channels. And that's going to be our kick. Beautiful. Now in Logic, if you use the channel EQ, it's got an analyzer with it. It's going to be a useful thing for us to do now. If you click on this big square up here, it's just going to automatically load for you. And I've got a nice big screen, so we will have both nice and big. Beautiful. Now the analyzer can just be switched on just here on the bottom left. And top is our bass line, bottom is our kick. And we'll be able to see what's going on inside those sounds. Look at that, they've both got a really similar arc, haven't they? They're really occupying the same space. And there's a couple of ways we can tackle that. We can look at EQing and freeing up some space by taking bits out of each sound so they work a little bit better together. Now, the fundamental of our kick is going to be right around here, whereas it moves around in terms of the bass. So what we could do is actually take away a little bit in the bass where the fundamental would be in the kick drum. Just a touch like this, and we could narrow the Q down just a little bit. If we take that down by as much as 3 decibels, when the bass tone does hit around this area, it's going to be reduced a bit and allow the kick to cut through a bit more. Cool, so it's like, I think it was that third note there, which is right on the same area. Yeah, now if we do it without taking that out, and now just with that 3 decibel reduction, that's super subtle, but what we're going to do is 100 little things to make everything sound a little bit better. Now, another trick is you can use some of the high frequency in the kick and bring that out a little bit. There's a couple of ways you could do it. You may wish to reduce the overall level of the kick and then bring the volume up, so it's going to bring the higher frequency out. Although for the sake of this, we're going to solo the kick, have a listen to where it is, and we're going to boost in that particular area. Okay, so just here above 2K, I think we're getting near 3K there, yeah, 2.5. That's just giving a little bit of extra top end there, and that's working pretty well. That should help them combat each other a little bit better. re-engage it. Like I said, you could reduce the low as well, and then you wouldn't have to boost this so much, or you could just turn the overall gain up as well. Be another way to EQ it. Probably the correct way to EQ it, but hey, for the demonstration purposes, it's just getting an idea. Okay, so if we disable both and then listen to what we've got so far. Okay, so they're balanced a little bit better. Now, what I would do next is to start sweeping and looking for any treble frequencies, probably going to be around the mids in both, sort of the 200 to 500 area here. And I'd look to be removing any conflicts we're getting around there as well. So I'd solo the bass. That's not a nice tone, we'll dip him away. I'd repeat that until I was happy that there was nothing else conflict and unpleasant in there, and then I'd go and do the same in the kick. I think we're okay there. So now together again. We're really taming that note in the bass here. Might bring it down even further. Now we've sort of heard it, you can't really unhear it. So yeah, like that bell tone almost coming through. We can take it away. They're sitting together a little bit nicer even more. So that's some ways you can just take two things that are conflicting each other, look at the analyzer and EQ them counter to each other. Something else you can do is a little bit more extreme. So to do this, you'll need a multiband compressor that allows a sidechain. I'm going to use FabFilters Pro Multiband. And what we can do here is we can just add a new section. Most multiband compressors will just have predefined sections. This you can add them in as you like. And we're going to set the sidechain to be that kick drum. So we want the kick drum to be the thing that triggers this. We need to open the little expert tab here and change it to external. And we should see now we'll get the same frequency analysis we did before as the EQs, but they'll both be in this window here. We can see that when the kick drum triggers, it's now taking the lower end out of the bass right there. And the attack's probably okay, the release can probably be lengthened a bit, something like that. And maybe less extreme, so maybe only take it down by about 3 decibel. That's letting the kick punch through even more there if we take it away. Still hear a little bit of conflict. And even more so. Now I boosted some of the higher frequencies in the kick drum. We can absolutely do a similar thing here. And what we'll do, get it around that sort of area. If we solo it. Yeah, around here. And we can just have it so that so it's now allowing that bit of the high end of the kick drum to come through, the bit that the ear really catches. So the low end here you feel more than really hear, and the high end is what tells the ear what's really going on. So letting that pass through helps out. So if we now get rid of these. Yeah. So in context of the whole track, But let's take off the EQ and multiband compression that we had, and I'll reintroduce it as the loop goes through, and hopefully we can hear a real difference there. So without it, the kick's definitely a lot woollier. It's having to fight with the bass a bit. It's just not as clear. That's made quite a difference. And that's just us playing around here just for a few minutes. If you really apply what you're doing and look at what's going on, you can get really great sounds this way. And it's a really great way to resolve bass conflicts. The multiband compressor is the extremer version, but as you can hear, it makes a big difference. If you don't EQ first, you're probably not going to get as clear a result. So I hope that's been helpful for you guys. I hope you can apply it to your mixes, and I hope it helps you out. Any questions, throw them in the comments down below. I will always get back to you guys, and I will see you on the next video. Hello guys, so here we are in Logic. This is just a drum session from the How to Make Liquid Drum and Bass video series. If you're interested in that, go check out those videos. We just go through making a liquid drum and bass track from start to finish. What I'm going to show you today is just a really easy way to randomize velocity. So we've got a nice shaker here among these drum loops. Very cool, very catchy, very reverb, we like. Now, if we bring up the piano roll, so we can hit E to do that once we've selected the region that we want to affect. And we can do this across multiple regions as well, if you like, just by holding Shift and selecting them. When we're in the piano roll, there's a particular option we need to have enabled so that we can see what's going on. So that is this little thing here. So it's going to show you like your MIDI automation. It looks like an automation lane, and that's the sort of thing we're after. Now it will default to the last adjusted thing, but what we can do is click on where it says volume, and we can find out what else is assigned to it. And you'll notice it says channel 1 note velocity under used. Boom, that's now going to show us our note velocities, so we can see all the different velocities that occur in this pattern. Makes sense, right? And we can see that the louder ones correspond with the red notes. That's how velocity is displayed to us inside Logic. Now to randomize them, we need to select the notes that we want to randomize. For example, we could select all of them, or we could just select a few different ones. We can select a batch here, and we could select a batch here by holding Shift. If we go up into functions now, we've got MIDI transform, and in here we have random velocity look. So, just to understand what's going on, it affects the selected notes. It's going to be random. You can choose some other options. You can do it scaled, quantized, whatever you like. We've chosen random because that's what we were looking at. And here is going to be the value amount it is randomized by. So you know that velocity goes from 0 all the way to 127 because that's the full range of MIDI. We might want to limit this slightly. So let's say we can only have it be randomized up to 90 in velocity or up to 127 in velocity. Let's go from 90 to 127. So lots of the notes we have selected are quite low. So we should see them all move up in level, but they will be randomized within this value amount, which obviously gives us 37 different values. So we can do select and operate or operate only. We've already selected our notes, so if we operate only, you see that's now given us random values within the limit of these two areas here. If I was to scope it from 0 to 127 and operate, you see how it covers the whole range. So that is the easiest way to randomize MIDI and MIDI velocity inside Logic. I hope the video was helpful for you guys. Thank you very much for watching and subscribing, and I will see you on the next video. Hello guys, it's Unders. I hope the day is finding you well. So, Logic have dropped a nice little update for Winter NAMM 2018, and it's got a whole bunch of new features in, as well as some improvements. And I have just downloaded that, and I'm just having a play around with some of the new stuff inside. Just a quick side note, if you are seeing this for the first time, just hearing about it and getting super excited, if you want to go and download the latest Logic update, it does not work with El Capitan. So you need to be on Sierra and onwards from El Capitan to be able to download and use it. So with that out of the way, we are going to have a look at Chroma here. Now Chroma is a new reverb that's been added, and it's pretty damn stunning. What it is, it's a few different algorithms that are going to grab different types of room sound, and it's taken all the difficulty in setting up a good reverb sound out, and it sounds stunning. So if you guys have followed the Logic tutorials, which I'm sure most of you would have, I show a lot about setting up timings and things like that with compressors, and definitely reverb. So how to work out your musical timing and make it relevant in your track. This has got it just set up for you, so you can just tweak it and you're straight to what you need. So just to quickly go over the layout, right at the top we've got this big orange bit that says room. That is actually our preset selector. As you'll see, there is nothing in here. If we click that, we get our different types here. So we have room, chamber, concert hall, theatre, synth hall, digital, darkroom, dense, smooth space, vocal hall, reflective hall, strange room, airy, and boomy. Pretty much going to cover most of the room types you would want, considering they're all flexible and you can adjust size, density, decay, etc. So that's really useful. Moving over, we have main, which is the window we're on now. Then we have details. Details introduces an EQ post the effect, and as you can see, you can change the quality, mod depth, etc. Our parameters at the bottom down here have changed. We're going to ignore that for the minute, and we're going to work with the main window. So in the center here, we've got what looks to be a frequency analyzer, and it is, but it's a whole different type of thing going on. What I'm going to do is play some sound now, but I'm going to take the sound out and just explain to you what's going on the screen. So we can see like this fountain of frequency going on, and what this is doing, it's splitting up our band into our low mids, through to high mids and our high frequency in the colors of the rainbow, red through to violet, purple, pink, whatever you want to call it at the end there. And each little particle that's coming off here, it's giving us, that is the reverb sound that's being made and how long it's holding for. And all the cloudiness around it is the dispersion, the diffusion of those little sound particles. If we take the decay down, we just get the little sound particles. They don't disperse, they fade away really quickly. If we crank this right up, they take a really long time to disperse and it gets really cloudy. Exactly how you would describe a reverb where it gets muddy, there's too much frequency. So let's bring that right back down here. So you see now they disperse, and they disperse within a specific time based on the decay. That's really useful in the representation it gives you. You can look at it and go, cool, I've got a nice clear reverb. There's all these areas going on, and this is how it's responding. I've got some low frequency that I don't really want. I can get rid of that, etc. This is far too muddy. There's lots going on. This is my problem. It's just a nice visual representation of what's going on with the reverb. Now, across the bottom, we've got attack, size, and density. Density, relatively self-explanatory. It's how many reflections you're going to get. Size is the size of the room. So how long is it going to take for those sounds to come back, and they're going to reflect after a long way? Do they lose frequency as they're traveling over a longer distance, etc.? Attack is how quick it hits the walls and comes back, or hits the first object. So you get your first reflections. Now, most of the times that's going to be set in milliseconds. And I've shown you previously how to work that out in milliseconds by using our lovely inspector over here, using the delay section, and based on your tempo, it will give you the calculations here. However, now we can select this little note and it's going to give us them and just work them out without us having to look it up and type it in milliseconds, which is just amazing. Going over to decay, we've got exactly the same thing, except it's the decay over time. So we can work that out in different divisions here, or we can put it back into what we'd like in terms of seconds and have it decay over an entire minute. There is this feature below called freeze. I'm going to demo what that does shortly after. We have distance, self-explanatory, and our wet dry. So how much of the dry signals coming through, how much of the wet signals coming through. Now I've put this directly on these particular sounds, so we need the dry signal to come through, but on a bus you would have it set up as such. For example, directly on the sound, this is what's working for the minute, and this is the default when you drag it onto an audio output. Let's have a quick listen to what it's doing. I've just got it in a guitar loop here, and I'm just going to play around with some of the settings, and you can really have a listen to it. The first thing I'm going to do is play it with and then turn it off, just so you hear the massive difference that this currently makes. I think that's how it was set up. Let's roll with it. As you can hear, it's a stunning sounding reverb. I'm gonna be using this hell of a lot. It's so versatile, and the type of music I make, which is really quick paced drum and bass, a lot of the time, like timing and things like that needs to be impeccable, and this is just going to be time saving for me. Now let's just have a quick look at that freeze and what that is currently doing. So it's a feature that I would usually automate, and I would do that to make some crazy sound effect. So what we can do is take all of the sounds and freeze it at a point in time. So let's have a little listen here to our loop, and we'll use the freeze. And you can see it's frozen all the particles, and they're just moving around in their space. And that's just an awesome effect you can have a play around with there and create some crazy tonal drones really easily. And I just wanted to demo it on a vocal real quick for you guys as well, just so you can get a vibe of how that's going. So we've just got a vocal loaded up here, and we'll grab that other version of Chroma, and I've put it on the vocal hall rather than the room. We're not going to listen to all of them. You guys can grab Logic and do that yourself. Let's just have a listen to how this is affecting the vocal. So obviously it's on. I'm going to take it away. It's a completely dry vocal, by the way, recorded in a very dry room.
Boy, I can't seem to get you off of my mind. The harder I try, the more I find. Boy, I can't seem to get you off of my mind. The harder I try, the more I find. Boy, I can't seem to get you off of my mind. The harder I try, the more I find. Boy, I can't seem to get you off of my mind. The harder I try, the more I find. Boy, I can't seem to get you off of my mind. The harder I try, the more I find. Boy, I can't seem to get you off of my mind. The harder I try, the more I find. Boy, I can't seem to get you off of my mind.
Beautiful. So guys, that is a quick introduction to the new Chroma Reverb. Not what I thought I was going to be the most excited about, but I really think it is. I was really excited to see the Pultec EQ come in there, and I'm definitely going to do a comparison of that. You guys should know that I love and adore the Pultec EQs. I use it on everything for a high lift, and yeah, I'm really excited about this. This is pretty awesome. I will look to do a more in-depth tutorial for you guys, and we'll cover the quality, mod speed, and all of the other functionality in there. But as a quick overview, that is it for you guys. It is stunning. So if you are not an El Capitan and you're above that, download it, get rolling with it, and let me know what you think. See you on the next video, guys. Hello guys, what is up today? So we're going to look at what I can do with samples. So we're going to take like a sample from a sample library and some ways we can use it, abuse it, chop it up, flip it, use it for other purposes. Hell, even change the key using Logic's flex pitch and things like that. And even the process of making it sound like it's from tape or from vinyl and then chopping it up so you can get more of that authentic feel without actually sampling and getting into all kinds of copyright issues. So let's get into that. All right. So we are inside Logic. What I'm going to show you are 3 quick ways that you can take a sample, flip it around and make some kind of edit and new thing out of it just in the playlist editor here. So we're not going to use any plugins. We're just going to work with the audio, and I'm going to show you these 3 pretty quick techniques. So the audio I've used, I've just grabbed what is the higher power beat from the Logic library, which is this. Pretty standard booming hip hop beat. And I've grabbed West Coast piano, which is this. And we've just made a couple of quick flips. So the real first one, it's just got 3 cuts of a sample and then this fade out going on the end. So just have a listen to what's going on with that. Of course, we've just made that quick triple cut and then the tape fade out, heard on loads of classic tracks. It was an MPC trick that you could do using the cue links on there. We can do the same thing in here. So all we've done for that is hit T and I, and we've chopped one of the transients here, and we've just reduced it down so it fits in that space. And we've just then looped that 3 times. Now, the trick is obviously happening here at the end. Now what we need to do for that is select that particular sample, and normally, I'm sure you're aware, you can fade out samples. So if you grab this, you can do that and it gives you a fade out. However, we can actually change what that fade out is doing. So if we select this sample and have a look in the inspector here on the left, we can get that up by hitting I. And we see here it says slow down. Now normally that's going to say fade out. I bet you didn't even know that you can click that and choose slow down, and it changes the fade out to that slow down trick right there. So that takes about 10 seconds to do, and you've already flipped that sample. Alright, so the second one, I've taken the single notes, so these smaller notes here, cut it out in the same way, and we've done this. Cool, so what we've done there is taken that singular note, and again, using the inspector, we have just pitched it slightly within a set key that works. So this goes up 2 semitones, this comes down 2 semitones, and then it rejoins the original sample here. Real simple, so you can just take a single note out of a piece of audio, transpose it to fit and create a melody out of it. Takes seconds to do, nice easy sample flip. Now the last one, going a little bit more extreme, I've had to put it on a separate channel. You need to enable flex time. So that is up here. You can enable it by doing Control and F. And as you can see here, it's got the note for each individual chop that we've got here. Kind of weird, right? If we hit E, it brings up similar to the piano editor. And you can see the note for each sample chop there. Now I've completely switched the key out, gone to F natural minor and just made sure it sits everywhere in there and just repitched it. It gives us a completely new vibe on the sound. And we've just taken that same single piano note we did before and just made this crazy thing. Now the thing to note with that is you can take any sample and start really digging in and going a hell of a lot deeper than what I've done here and just repitching it, but you can have everything so it sits perfectly on pitch and all sorts. It's a very, very powerful tool that allows you to just work in the audio editor and flip the samples around. So those guys are 3 really quick ways to flip up some samples. I hope that was helpful. I will see you on the next video. Hello guys and girls, it's Anders. So today, what we're looking at is using vocal samples from loop packs and getting them to be something new. Now, I've taken this particular track here because I've used the entire vocal phrase from a sample pack. It is Katrina singing, aka Tiger Light. And this was taken from one of the really old, high-ranking dubstep packs. I say really old, like 4, 5, maybe 6 years ago. I'll link it in the description if you wanted to grab it. I think this sample might even come in the free pack. Don't remember, not sure. That's for you guys to figure out and download and have a look. Essentially, the track, or this little section of the track here, sounds like this. Now, it's a weird layout. It's an odd number of bars to what you would normally have for that type of section, but it's how I wanted this track to be structured and it works nicely in the overall bit. And what's important is I've taken this one phrase, which is 140 BPM in G sharp minor, and used it in this section, which is why I've used it over that odd number of bars. When I say odd number of bars, it's not broken into like 8 or 16 or 32, for example. It's 24 bar section, which is a little odd to have as in a signature, but it works here, and it works because I've gone to a completely different BPM. If we go to my custom settings here, you see the track's at 174 rather than the 140, but it has been repitched as well. But because we're working in an odd number of bars, it allows us to adjust it differently and it works fine. I think what's important here is if I take these effects off, listen to how drastically different this is. This is going to sound awful, by the way, because I've worked it into this track, but I just want you to get an idea of how much you can change it. Yeah, that's enough of that. So you get the idea. It's way out in terms of difference, and I've done most of that using Isotope's Nectar plugin, which is why it's up on the screen here. There's also Arvox afterwards, which is just doing some like light compression, just like 3 dB, just working after Nectar here, just to give a little bit of cohesiveness and compression. You'll understand why as we go through it. And right at the end, because of some of the artifacts that are going on, a DS is catching those quite nicely, which is just the FabFilter one there. One of my favorite DS plugins, by the way, just for the GUI at the top and the feedback it gives you, really useful. So if we put these back on, don't need to look too much into those, but I will show you what's going on with them. And obviously we've got Nectar. Now, just a quick breakdown on how Nectar works. On the left-hand side, we've got a signal chain, and right at the top, we've got this pitch section. And in here, I've swapped the range to lower, given the speed of 57 milliseconds, which is probably relevant to something. Let's have a look. Yeah, so 1/24 is 57.5 milliseconds. So it's gonna be changing that speed and pitch approximately in time with the track every 1/24. If you put it in perspective, that's like over 24 beats. Similar to like how 4/4 is 1/4 on the floor. I use that a lot in Logic, by the way, where you can grab the delay and you can get things to work nicely in time. It's great for compression timings. And then transpose wise, I've dropped it down the full octave, but we've looked to preserve the performance by -6 semitones and scale by about 4%, and then it's retuned again as well, so being pitch corrected as well. Now there, if we look at the EQ as well, we're taking out lows, taking out highs, and it's got a nice big boost here, and that's what's giving it like that sort of hollow sound. You could do the reverse of this EQ and dip it out instead, dip it out in these areas, but just doing the boost here worked, and yeah, we are clipping a little bit, but it's working with the sound. That's then going into a de-esser again, and we de-ess again on the way out as well. What we could have done on Nectar was grab this and dropped it right down in the chain. However, it was working better here after the EQ, and then just put another de-esser afterwards. We've got the DSP, so that's what we've done. It's then being compressed really slightly. I think it's just catching the tops of the sound. So we can see the GUI at the top here. The GUI at the top here is just taking like 3 to 4 decibel out consistently. I wanted that just to smooth off those plosives and get this. Just for this particular mix, it had to work like this. It had to sit right in there. And we've got some saturation going on, really gentle amount pushing in. It's just giving that sort of vintage sound that I was going for. I wanted it to really distort and just sound like it was coming from an old microphone, an old vinyl type sound. And it does. It's been pitched down and reworked for the amount we've done to it to get this sound sitting in the mix. Works really well. By the way, if we solo it, it sounds terrible, but it sits in this mix.
The music takes me places that I never dreamed that I would go.
Yeah, it's wobbly, there's like distortions, a bits going on everywhere, but in the mix it's really working to have its own space and sound. A bit of delay on it, which we can obviously hear going on just there. And then reverb, but I've taken the highs and lows off and just got the reverb centered, and that's what's giving that room sound to it. And afterwards, like I explained, we've got RVox going on. And that's compressing again by about another 3 decibels. So in total, I'm taking a maximum of about 6 dB off, but the vocal itself does fluctuate by quite a large amount, up to sort of like 12 or more dBs in places. And I needed it just sort of crushed and just put in the mix so it's always audible. It's just sitting at that right point, because there's a lot going on at this particular moment with the keys, bass, some synths going on, all the drums. There's a lot happening at that moment. And that last little bit of compression just holds it in. If we take that away and take the de-esser away, while that's okay, it's a little bit lost. If we bring them in, I'll leave it out and then bring them back in, you just hear the difference. Remember how we soloed it and there was like some warbles and bits going on? That's what the de-esser at the end is catching as well. So if we put it in audition mode and we solo it, you can hear the artifacts it's capturing. Yeah, Okay, and as you can see on the Pro DS here, the green sections are where it's capturing that, and we're just listening to what it's taking out at the moment. So if we switch it back over, so it's still all over the place, but in the track it works. And what we'll do here is just take a little bit more of the tune, and we can just have a listen to how it goes into it and comes back out of it. We don't need that whole lot. We'll just do that chunk there. I just wanted to hear how that works, and just to give you an idea of what you really can do with vocals when, you know, they're in a different register and they're in a different BPM. You can still be creative with those and work them into your track. Also just shows you that Nectar's a pretty damn good powerhouse, but you've got all these effects separately that you can apply in your own chain. And if you'd like, what I'll do is make this exact chain in a Logic project, and I'll show you how we could do that as well instead of using it inside Nectar. So let's have a listen to this through, and hopefully it gives you a little bit of inspiration. I will probably see you guys after Christmas. Guys, it's Unders. Hello, what is up? I hope all is well. So, today what we're going to look at is making your drums knock in Logic. What I mean by that is when you've, say, got a loop and you've got like a bit of a flabby kick drum thing going on, how we can choose another sample to layer it up, and how we can use some of Logic's effects plugins to tweak it and make it hit a little bit harder. There's ways that you can make it feel louder and more intense without actually changing it too much. So let's have a look into that. Alright, so here we are inside a Logic project. We've got a beat that we are working on here, and we've used a couple of loops, and one of the drum loops, which is this one just here, while it's got a really good groove and some good top end, it's got a really flabby kick drum. Let me show you what I mean. Yeah, it's just blur, blur, blur. It's not fun at all. The top end and everything's working quite nicely. Like it's got some nice ring to it. It swings all right. It's got a good feel. But the kick side of it is just weak. It's all boxy, not particularly nice sounding. So what I've done is I've listened to that, gone, okay, it's kind of flabby. It's got loads of 500, and when I say 500, I mean 500 hertz, like the boxy frequency. And I've gone and grabbed a kick that complements it by just playing it and hitting some kicks. And we've just grabbed this particular one here. And that is this dude. However, there's some other things I've done to that kick as well. You see there's a compressor on here. It looks like it's doing nothing, but it actually is. If we disable it, and enable it, pretty subtle what it's doing, but it feels like it's knocking a little bit louder and a little bit harder. And all I'm doing, like compression wise, nothing's going on. It's not being affected. No auto gain going on. No makeup. Even the ratios on 0 point. And all we're doing is taking distortion here and pushing it into soft. It's literally it, but it makes such a good difference. So when you bash these two guys back together, you've got a much better loop. If I take that compressor back off, it still works, but it's not cracking quite as hard. Yeah, it's like it's earth shaking. It's like you can feel the room hitting with that kick drum. And that's what we really want. And it's a nice little technique, just putting a compressor on there. You don't want to compress the sound, but just using that distortion. You can use the hard and clip as well. They have similar effects. And then when you start layering your break up a bit more, so this particular beat, going for like a real war drum, I've got loads of epic drums and other bits kicking off, for example. So when you really start layering all your drums together, you can use this to accentuate certain parts, make them feel like they're hitting a little harder without having to actually push them. So if we grab just the drum breaks and how that sounds. Yeah, that snare is really smashing through as well. So another snare that we've layered in there. Currently nothing on it. As you can see, I've not really started mixing this. I've just leveled it out and there's a couple of effects going on. That hard distortion works really well. And just a useful thing in the compressor, if you switch these out as well, it does actually give you a slightly different sound, especially when you start applying a little bit of compression. So I use the Studio Phat loads. It's quite a noisy compressor. If we just give it a little touch of compression in there and don't necessarily add any of the makeup gain, so you see what's going on there. It's actually reducing the level or the peak level of the kick drum, but it feels just as loud because we're adding this hard distortion here. So let me just do that again. So it's disabled and I'll enable it. And it changes the sound over. It knocks a little bit harder, even though we're taking a little bit out. I find the Studio Phat's best for that, but like play around and see what works best for you in your work. Yeah, that's crazy, right? So it's knocking a lot harder, but actually it's less in level because there's no makeup going on. There's no auto gain going on. So it's reducing it by, I think, around 3 dB there, but it feels actually a little bit harder. Now you can also do this using other distortion, but for just grabbing the compressor and using it directly in there. Great technique. Now you can apply this to your overall drum bus as well. So let's say in this particular track, as we've got it going, the drums are getting a bit overwhelmed. I don't think they are too much for the balance at the minute, but for an example. Yeah, you hear that? So we've reduced the actual volume of the drums. As we've pushed that little soft distortion in, they're knocking through so much more. Now, you might do this, it might have a negative connotation on your drums and affect them slightly, but in a lot of cases, you're going to do this and get away with it and build the sound you want, especially if you're going for this kind of sound of hip hop. It works well. So let me just do that again. Disable this. We're going to listen to the drums in the whole mix, then we're going to enable it and just hear how they pop out, even though they're being reduced in level. Yeah, now they've gone up by 0.8 of a dB there, which is a tiny increment, but for the amount they're now escaping through in the mix, well worth doing, well worth it. So that's just the technique to make your drums knock in Logic. I hope that was helpful for you guys, and I will catch you on the next video. Hello guys, it's Unders. I hope today is finding you well. So today, just a Logic quick tip. I'm just going to show you how we can use the channel EQ independently on left and right channels, and also automate and do different things on the left and right without having to split your tracks up. It is possible to do this in the most recent version of Logic. Previous versions of 10 were not able to do this, so if you can't follow along, it's simply a Logic update. So I've just got this little loop here, literally thrown a break in, done a very quick reese with the ES2, which is this. And I just want to take that reese and process the left and right EQ on it separately. So if we select the channel, it's obviously called a big reese, and we'll make that a nice big obvious channel, see what's going on. So on the channel itself, if we click and go to channel EQ, we've got stereo and dual mono. We're going to use dual mono. So when we open that up, it looks like the channel EQ normally would, except right at the top here, we've got a little cog icon, left and right and couple. Now, if we choose left or right, they're going to work independently on the left and right channels. If we choose couple, anything we do to one will affect the other directly. So if I was to pull down on here, we move to the left, we can see it has affected both. If I turn couple off and we're on the right here and I do a boost up here, go to the left, we see that hasn't taken effect. So that's a way to really quickly manipulate the left and right. However, we want to go one step further and we want to look at automating them, don't we? So what we're going to do, we're going to create two sweeping like notch filters. So on the left here, we're just going to put this blue one over about the 2K marker there. And we're going to dip it down quite extreme, 9 decibel, and really narrow the Q off to sort of 1.5. Then on the right, we're going to take the green icon, which is this one. I'm going to sit that right on 1K. And we're going to do the same thing here. So now on the right hand side, we've got a dip at 1K, and on the left hand side, we've got a dip at 2K, both with different points. Now I'll show you why we've done that in just a second. When we go back to the big reese, if you press A, that's going to bring up our automation lane. And we're going to use this little arrow just up here to drop down, and we've now got 2. And obviously left and right, that's what we're going to set these to. So where it says read and volume, we're going to click on volume, and we're going to go down to the second channel EQ, and you'll see it says group A and group B. Group A is going to be left, group B is going to be right. So on the left we chose peak 4, and on the right we chose peak 3. So if we go down here, and if we choose peak 4 and frequency, we should see it snapped to 2 kilohertz for us here. If we go down to the next one, which was assigned to pan, we're going to do the same, channel EQ, group B. And this time we want peak 3 frequency, and that should snap to 1000 for us, perfect. So we've now got the frequency points for each parts of the EQ, and we can automate them as we see fit independently. So if you use the pencil tool, click in the automation layers to bring them in. And we're not going to do anything fancy here. We're just going to throw some automation in just so we can really see what's going on. Cool. So we're now going to have left and right working independently. Let's make these cuts really extreme so we can really hear them. So we just loop that first bar there. Yeah, so you should be able to really hear what's going on with those there. And that's just the way that we can EQ independently left and right. Really helpful for creating an extra bit of movement and width into things like a respace. Hope the tutorial was helpful for you. I will see you guys on the next one. Thank you very much for subscribing. Hello guys, it's Unders. I hope the day is finding you well. So, super simple question today. It's just how to export stems from Logic. Someone asked and they couldn't work it out and they were trying to export certain parts, and it's actually super simple to do in Logic. So I've got a track open here and I'm just exporting the stems for the beat, the instrumental. So you see I've muted out the vocals and I've just got the track live that I actually want the stems exported for. So what we're going to do from there is just highlight all of those tracks by clicking and holding shift, and it will highlight the whole lot for us. And the shortcut is Shift, Command and E, and that's going to give us this menu here. Now you can also get to it by going to File, down to Export, and you've got all tracks as audio files, which is our Shift, Command and E that we just did there. So bash those in again. Now there's a couple of things in here. You want to make sure it's going to the correct folder. So for example, this is going to Not Staying the Same, which is in as 88, it's 88 BPM. And what we're going to do, we're going to create a new folder down at the bottom here. And we're going to call it Stems. Now it's going to drop all of those into here, and we just want to have a little look here at what's going on. Trim silence at file end. Now that's really useful if you say you've got a part that is only at the start of the track and then doesn't occur for the rest. It will just cut the rest of it, so when you import the stems it will be there at the start. It doesn't just have to do like a 60 meg file of just silence. Really useful. I tend to leave that on most of the time. I tend to go to wave. You can go AF or CAF, it really doesn't matter, completely up to you. I've just always worked in WAV files, so I'm sticking in that. 24-bit, you can use the 32-bit floating point if you need. 24-bit tends to be fine depending on what you're doing. Bypass the plugin effects if you want, but I want this so they can just drop the stems in their project and they've got it, they're ready to rock. So we're going to keep that on as it is. And normalize, I have it off, but you can also put overload protection, or you can have it on so everything gets put up to 0. Again, I want it so they can just drop the stems in and the track sounds as it is to me. They've just got the audio parts of it. You've got some like naming elements going on here. I tend to just do track name, and whatever I've then named it in the project, for example like the bass, split, the piano, things like that, it's just going to take those names. But you can take different parts if you so desire, or you can put a custom text in. But I just go with the track names, so they tend to name everything as I go along. And then we just export, and from there it's just going to bounce down and give us our stem files. And you'll see now it's exported all of the stems. If we have a look at our file here, we've got the project, we've got the master file itself, and then you'll see we've got all of the different parts here. And that's essentially it. That's how you export stems from Logic Pro. basic concept, and then in the final project we'll have the full thing. So if I sit here and do the whole thing, it just becomes a really long and boring video for you guys. So let's do another patch, and this time we're going to bring it up near the top, and it was this one, right? So I layered it with this kick. So that's the sort of sound we're going to look to recreate, that particular kick drum just here, because I can leave the other kick in. I suppose the other thing to do would be contact loop masters, but you know what? This teaches you guys more, and it's what we should do. So that's what we're going to do. We do what's right, right? So firstly, we're going to create the pattern. We hit E, we can get this up again. And hopefully you guys remember what key we're in, but I haven't worked on this for ages, and I don't think I saved the key in here, did I? I think we're in G. Project, G major. Look at that, I actually did something properly. So what we'll do, we'll launch it off of a G. I think maybe G2. That's D2, what are you doing? G2. And we'll maybe cut that note down a little bit long there. So they drop there and there, right? Syncopation unders, you know this. Sweet, let's try and make ourselves a kick drum in Alchemy to replace this guy with. So kick drum, generally you can just do it with a sine. So we're going to initialize our preset. We're going to mute the other kick so it doesn't change what we're hearing. If we look at source number A here, source number A, letter A, we'll change that to a sine. And that gives us nothing like what we want, right? So first things first, with a kick drum, it tends to have the real like punch at the start, right? That's the real transient bit. That's actually generally quite a high frequency. Be something, we'll try and keep it all in key. So it'd be something around here for me on this. Then using automation, we're gonna whack that down to probably -24. Yeah, and that gives us the base of our kick, right? You can hear that. So it's going to move across 3 octaves. That's how we're going to get this to work. Now, as well, kick drum, really short transient. So our attack, we want this to be almost instant. Hold, we don't really want any. Release, we want to be super, super short. Sustain, we don't have any. So just down to decay. So we're going to have something like this. Yeah, and it's just this weird like high-pitched pop at the minute. If we click on the tune, so where we pitched it up 12 semitones here on that sine wave, we're going to assign this its own ADSR as well. So we're going to switch the on for the target, go ADSR envelope, and new ADSR. And now you can see we're on 2 and it's got its own thing going on here. And what we want to do, we need that to stay where it is and then drop down super rapidly. So how are we going to do that? Where it says ADSR2 here, we're going to tell it to drop down 36 semitones because we want it to go to -24, but it's already at +12. So we need to go 36 to make it drop the right amount, right? Assume I've done my maths right there. Cool, and we want that to take a little bit of time, so we can give it an attack. We don't really want a decay. We don't really want any release to happen. Sort of all going to be on the attack here. Cool, so our actual sound might be too short, so let's go back to here. And what was our target? It's going to be a much better kick, by the way. Cool, there's lots of distortion and stuff happening in there. Might actually want this to go even lower. Now we can use the filter drive a bit. Actually too much of a click right now, so let's maybe dial it back. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. All right, you can hear it's doing the job at least. So I've taken the actual other kick out. So let's drop that in. So we've at least got a few bars of it for perspective. It's doing the right sort of thing now. Sweet, so that is now completely our own kick drum performing there, right? So look, we've muted Logic's one, and we've muted from the break that we took in. That's just our kick drum doing that. The one that we've made in the last couple of minutes there, just to prove that it can be done. So if we now bring you back in. So there's too much going on now. Let's just have a quick listen between the two and make sure I am in the right ballpark. Cool, so it's a very different sound. Cool, so there's a lot of like high end going on with the other one. We can make it a bit noisy. And we can give it that feel, most definitely. What we'll do, we'll go into oscillator B. We'll take the saw off. We'll put the white noise on though. I don't know if we need to go global and turn it on. Maybe if we use pink. All right, yeah, pink. We can dirty it up a bit. Let's just have a quick listen again. Ours has got a nice click as well, which is good. We could do that and dial this back and level. Cool, that's filthied it up a bit. Just have a little listen to what that's done. If we turn off oscillator B, super clean, bit filthy. We'll dial it back even further, I think. That's good. Yeah, you know what? That's doing the job right there. Hello guys, it is Unders. Today we're going to have a little look at creating a sampled type sound but faking it. So, you know, if we get a piano instrument and we want it to have that sort of sampled feel, sampled off of vinyl for a hip hop track, for example, I'm going to show you a couple of little things you can do and a couple of things you can use to create that feeling, but maintain the sample is one, authentic and always yours, and you no longer have to worry about things like copyright law and sample rights and all of that jazz because you made the music, but you're going to maintain that feel. So let's check it out. First thing we're going to do, I'm going to go into complete control here and grab a Rode sound. I'm going to use, do you know what? I'm going to use the Waves ones because we're going to use some other Waves plugins. So let's grab the Electric 88 and we're going to choose a preset. We're going to go Dark Mellow. All right, where that loaded up there, I just added a few plugins to the chain as well, and they are going to be part of our sound creation. I'll explain why we're using them. So let's grab a BPM that's going to be suitable for hip hop. Let's go for 88 because we love 88 BPM. And let's have some chords, and we'll do them the lazy way today. All right, so we've got some chords laid down here, just using the Electric 88. And now we want to sort of create more of that feel that it's going to be coming from a vinyl, that we've sampled it. So a lot of the records that you'll be looking to sample from like 60s, 70s, 80s were all recorded onto tape before they went to vinyl. So generally you're going to want to apply sort of that bit of compression, that sort of tape type sound, before we get any sort of vinyl effect and distortion and changes to the tonality. What I've done is uploaded a little tape plugin here. This is the J37, it's another Waves plugin. And the reason I've grabbed this one is it's just a really nice tape plugin. I've got a couple of others. I'd personally recommend like the Slate VTM. You can even use IK Multimedia's SAT-X. That's got a couple of tape options on it. In terms of freebies, I've honestly never found a really great freebie tape option. There might be one out there. If there is, throw it in the comments down below. I will happily link it up for you guys. So the first thing you want to do with this is sort of gain stage it as if you're taking it off of vinyl. So it's not going to be crushed at any point. It will have some headroom with it. And when it's gone onto the tape, it would have been like that because vinyl cannot take a seriously over-compressed signal like we might get today. Digital format, that's fine. In vinyl terms, it would skip the needle. So we need to leave some headroom and make sure it's moving around and not slam it into the tape too hard, but we want to get some of the tape effect on it. Now, I find with the J37, if you can get it around sort of the 7.5, so right around here, that's like the magic spot for then swapping the formulas. Just for me, you might find something different. Cool, so we're going to control this a little more and we're going to do it the lazy way because we're going to presume this was played. We could control it using velocities and MIDI. We're going to drop a compressor in because we're lazy and that's what we're going to do today, and it's going to help us out with our sound. We could use a vintage compressor. In fact, why not? Grab Waves' LA2A, which is somewhere in here. So we've got some vintage compression going on. We've got some tape sound going in. Now, I've loaded up another two plugins here. We've got Abbey Road's vinyl and we've also got the Isotope vinyl. The reason this guy's in here, this is a freebie. So if you're broke as hell and still want to achieve this sound, you can grab this guy and do it. And then you can use the free Rhodes and the free compressor and everything that's inside Logic already. And what we're going to do here is we're going to use this to sort of fake the sound of vinyl. So if we engage it, we've got a bunch of sliders here and they bring in different features of vinyl. We're going to balance it to what we want, and what we don't want we can remove, thus giving us that perfect sampled feel. So if we bring mechanical noise in, for example, we get some horrendous mechanical noise, but it gives us that wonderful top end that we like to have in vinyl. So let's introduce a bit of that just so it's tickling the ears a bit. Now when we play it back, that will kind of disappear. Yeah, so it's being swallowed up by the actual sound. But we also want to have a little bit of electrical noise in there maybe as well. Yeah. And as well, there's quite often that sort of feeling of dust on a vinyl record. Now Dust has an amount switch. We're not necessarily going to want it boosted right up here. We're going to do this to taste. Now we're not going to put any scratches in because that's just not going to be what we're after, and we don't want any warp in either. We want the sample to be like it's a good quality sample. Now what sort of vinyl did we take it off? Was it a 33, a 45 or a 78? We're going to leave it at 33 for the time being. It's not going to be a 2000 vinyl though. We sampled this from the 1970s. No, we sampled it from the 60s, and this is going to adjust the overall profile of how it sounds. Yeah, we could change it to 70s if we don't like it. Yeah, between 60s and 70s we're getting our bass back. But if you want to have your bass line separate, 1960s might help you out better, and you can put your nice big sine bass in there. Super useful. We can do similar things with Abbey Road, but it's designed to be a specific vinyl table. It is the cutting press vinyl from Abbey Road Studios. And to save me setting up, we will go into the presets. Now, similar to this, we've got like crackle, noise, clicks that we can all introduce. So now this has a really nice crackle. You can really get that sort of like vinyl feel coming into it. And we can apply noise as well. Tape will probably take care of that for you. So the reason you've got noise there as an introduction is you do get mechanical noise from vinyl, but as well it was recorded to tape. Tape is noisy, it's a reason it's there. So we can use that to create our sound as well. We can add loads of clicks if we want and give them some level. Yeah, so we've got pops and clicks going off as well if you really want to degrade your sample. Fab. Let me just throw a break in there real quick and we can just have a listen to what we've created, and we'll take the effects off and then reintroduce them. We can hear what we've got going on. Alright, so we've thrown some drums in. Let's make this a naked sound. So originally we had this, which is the 88 keys from Waves, which is sample roads effectively, which loads into NKS, which is why we grabbed that. So I'll just let it play for these first 4 bars and then I'll bring the effects back in and we can hear the difference. Cool, and I use this sort of effect all the time because all of the beats that I produce where I want to have this sampled type feeling, and we have to work into this and do a bit more to it. I'm just showing you some of the tools that I use. In fact, let's load up a beat and I'll show you. Alright, so here we are. I've opened up a beat. This is called Cry For You. I wanted to go for like a Wu-Tang style feel thing. It's got a hook and a cappella on it. But what's important here is I'm just showing you how I use the Abbey Road to make the sampled type feel going on. So it sounds like this. The beat will drop on the Warrior Sound channel in like the next week or something like that. Keep an eye out for it. Now, I've not used the tape sound on here. I have instead, before the vinyl, got the Greg Wells piano centric, and that does like a bit of compression and feel. So I didn't feel like I needed the tape sound on this particular one. I have, however, rolled out some of the low end and boosted it, similar to the sort of like profile you might get, and then it's gone into the Greg Wells. But more importantly, it's landing here on the Abbey Roads as well, and that's adding a load of tonality that gives it that sampled feel. You can see on my meters at the bottom, it's popping and clicking still, and they're up past the 60 decibel. I think maybe comes up to -45. Probably can't really hear it while I'm talking, but if I'm silent, you might catch it for a second. Yeah, ever so slightly there. So what we can do is just take these bits off and have a listen to the sound we've got. The sound, by the way, is dun 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 dun, drum roll. It's from the Scarabee library, vintage keys. It's probably a preset, Breakfast in NY. Yeah, so that's how that sounds. And then if we bring these guys back in, yeah, there's loads of phasing going on. You can feel the vinyl that happening. Let's disable the vinyl. Yeah, it's subtle, but it's giving it that feel, that like sampled feel. When we combine it in with the keys layer, I've got my chords and keys separate. Yeah, it's just working and giving it that feel that we wanted. I've also done a little bit of what I said on the drums. I've run the drums into the J37 tape, and we've got an SSL, a G bus going on there. So again, we've gone to like what they probably would have gone through originally, and we're using drum samples just to get that sampled feel, that smack, that bit of tape feel. And then we just get it all working together. Awesome, so I hope this video was helpful for you. I hope it gave you some ideas, some creative thoughts, maybe even pointed you at some tools you would use. I know that isotope vinyl, that's going to be helpful. So if the video was helpful for you guys, you enjoyed it, you liked the beat, whatever it is, please throw me a thumbs up on the channel. If you hated the video and I didn't help you, throw a thumbs down, never come watch me again. That's cool, I'm fine with that as well. If you find the videos like this helpful, please throw a subscribe on the channel. That helps me out massively in creating more content for you guys. Got any questions? Throw it down below. If you found a decent free tape plugin you think I should link people up with, throw that down below as well. I will try my best to remember to throw it in the descriptions. Thank you very much, guys. See you again soon. Hello guys, it's Unders, and today we're in with a Logic Pro tip video. What we're essentially going to look at is saving channel strips for specific uses and how that's pretty damn helpful, and that you can use your third-party plugins saved in those channel strips. So in the example I've got here, I've got this tune.
Lost a few friends and a couple acquaintances. Remember those days we were sat in the base rooms. Now it's all legal, it's all legit, still in a bit.
By the way, if you like the Trigger Rider tunes, they are on their way out now. They are coming out on the Warrior Sounds YouTube as well as the website, and you can grab those. It helps support me in this channel. Thank you very much. Essentially, what we're looking at here is Trigger's recording his vocals in his own studio and then sending the parts over to me. And like he's recording in that same space over and over again. And there's some key things that were coming up during the project. And especially with the fab filter DS here and neutron here, I was having to do like these lifts and cuts and taking away on each one. Now I could save each individual bit as a preset, but instead what I've done is save the channel strips and like the vocal channel strips as well. So you see they've got DSs on, there's got multiband going on, there's a fab filter with crazy adjustments because we've got some resonances going on in his room. And we're able just to save those whole channel strips. So when I get the vocals over from him, I can group them all together, I can send them into the bus, and I can load this straight up, and I can load the others straight up, knowing that it's going to take care of any issues with that vocal. So for example, if we add a new audio channel here, so we'll just go to the little plus, we're going to click audio, we have no input or any of such jazz. And that's going to give us a nice empty channel here. And what we'll do is we'll just copy this bit down. Now, as you see, that's a single piece of audio, but it's been cut and pasted to make into one solid bit, and I've cut the silences out. As you can see, there's some pretty horrendous editing going on the first bit here to adjust the timing as well afterwards. I tend to do that instead of having lots of little blocks of audio. I'll bounce it out into one chunk once I've got a bit that I like. I will sometimes then bounce out the processing as well, but I might want to adjust things and tame the mix down the line. So this is just how I work, whatever works best for you. So we copied that onto a blank audio track. So now if we play it.
Lost a few friends and a couple acquaintances. Remember those days we were sat in the beta scripts, now it's all...
It's a pretty sound difference, right?
Lost a few friends and a couple acquaintances. Remember those days we were sat in the beta scripts, now it's all...
Pretty mad difference, isn't it? So what's important is if we wanted to now send this to our bus, for example, we could grab this channel, cool, and we'd get this sent off to our vocal bus that we're going to make. In this case, we've already got it, but we're going to make a new one. So I'm just going to bus 10 here, and it's going to give us a new aux in here and not name it. We'll just call you VX example so I don't ruin my track. So now if we hit settings up the top here, we can go to user channel strip settings. You'll see in here I've only got 4. That is because I tend to delete them when I no longer need them. So if I'm not working with a vocalist anymore and I've made a couple of channel strips for them, I'll just get rid of them. I'll have to recreate them in the future. It just stops me having a huge list in here of things I just don't need. So this one is labeled trigger bus 2. And if we click on that, it's going to load up the same channel strip we've got here. So if we now solo our random little vocal here.
Lost a few friends and a couple acquaintances. Remember those days we were sat in the beta scripts, now it's all...
Cool. We're getting a lot closer because it's brought all of the settings over from that whole channel strip. Instead of me having to recreate it, reload each plugin, I've now got it as needed. And if there was anything wrong, I can make adjustments in the plugin. Perfect. But he's been using that room. He's done these in the same session. So the same channel strip should work. You can do the same thing for the individuals as well. It doesn't just have to be on the bus. So if we choose the one here that says trigger verse, it's got 3 plugins on it. And I do believe we've already made it for this, but we're going to do it again. If you click on here where it would say settings, but here it's got a trigger channel. Trigger chorus is in fact labeled as. We can then do save channel strip settings as. Now this already exists. It's in individual track ones. And I've got it saved as trigger chorus. So we'll get rid of you. So we can click settings and we can load it in the same way, except it hasn't got a user channel strips thing. They're just located in here. We've got trigger chorus. And that's going to introduce those. So now we should have the same sounding vocal for each part.
Lost a few friends and a couple acquaintances. Remember those days we were sat in the beta scripts, now it's all legal, it's all legit. Still in the bits, vocal still sounding crisp. Well, a lot of MCs tracks ain't sounding mixed. It's all good, it's all gravy though, and they ain't getting
and the thing to note, we need to obviously adjust the volume if we're going to make it the same. There we go.
Lost a few friends and a couple acquaintances. Remember those days we were sat in the beta scripts, now it's all legal, it's all legit. Still in the bits, vocal still sound.
And that's just a really useful tip if you're working with like the same player or the same vocalist on a number of projects. For example, if you've recorded someone playing drums, even for example, across a couple of tracks, you can mix one and then copy all of those channel strips, knowing that they recorded in the same room with the same kit. and you're going to get a really similar sound, and it's going to save you a whole ton of work by just making these channel strips and loading them into your projects. Guys, I hope the video was helpful for you. If it was, I will see you on the next one. Don't forget to check out warriorsound.co.uk for any of my Logic projects or free sample packs. See you soon. Okay guys, so I'm going to go over some of the ways we can do sidechain compression inside Logic using the stock plugins. Seems there's some confusion. It did change like 18 months ago, and a lot of the older videos are the ones that pop up, so hopefully this will sit up in there and help a lot of you guys out. So previously we could only do it channel to channel, and we could only do it using audio channels. You can now use any audio signal as a sidechain process. So I've literally got this sketch here that I was working on, and I'm going to show you how I could individually sidechain the bass, use it on an aux as well, or use an aux as a sidechain to another aux. Completely possible to do now, whereas it wasn't prior. So the first one we'll do is the classic kick drum to sidechain a bass drum. So I'm hoping that up here is going to be a kick, since I've named it kick. Happy days. Logic says that this is probably going to be some kind of bass line. Cool, so we can see I've got these three different sounds together here that make our bass line and a kick drum, and that's all it's going to play for the minute just for this example. So the main part of the bass is actually this top line just here. That wouldn't necessarily get too much in the way. We'd probably want to actually do it on the sub channel, but for context, you guys can hear this on whatever medium you're listening to. We'll do it on this ripper sound here. Now I've got a compressor in the chain already, and we could use this compressor as the sidechain to the kick. This bit is really simple. This is how we would have done it in the past. So if you haven't got this black bar across the top, there's a little grey icon just in the top right here. We're going to click on that, and we've got our sidechain input here. If we choose this little guy, we can then choose kick here, and quite simply now that kick is going to trigger this compressor. Now some things to note, you'll quite often have something called auto gain switched on, which will end up sounding like this. We don't necessarily want to do that. We actually want to probably keep it around 0 and not gain it up at all. And we just want that dip to occur. In terms of timing in the track, you can really work it out as much as yourself. Auto is usually pretty good at picking up a nice release time. Just listen to it. If you want the kick to smash straight through instantaneously, you could go to 0 milliseconds. Now that's dropping out far too much. It's taking out like 15 dB. You can gauge it between the threshold and the ratio as to how much you want it to dip out. So you can hear now that kick drum takes the bass out of the way just for a moment. What we'll do, we'll copy this over to the sub, because the sub's really what would be fighting with that kick. So we're now here that we've got the same thing going on the sub. And everything's moving around that kick drum. Let's take these off. And you can hear now that the bass doesn't get dipped, it doesn't move. When we bring them back in, it moves everything out of the way. So that's one way that we can do this. What we do, we will disable that compressor, and now we'll look at doing it on an aux. So instead of having these two independent ones being controlled by the kick, and perhaps we want to control the kick and the snare and get the same thing going that way. So I've made a separate aux here called K and S, which should have the kick and the snare pattern going to it. And what we're going to do is make a separate one for the bass and the sub. So we can highlight those two channels. Where it says stereo out, we're going to go bus. We're going to make it bus 4. We'll get a new auxiliary here and we'll just rename it bass real quick. So now we've got these two together. That's all well and good. They're still fighting for space. What we want to do is use that kick and snare to make space each time one of them triggers. So we're going to pop a compressor on our newly made bass aux here. We can do it by clicking on the little bar just at the top here. And we'll set this up from scratch. Now, I personally like to use the Studio Phat. It's a little bit noisy and I just like the way it works. Use whichever one you prefer. The Platinum Digital is probably going to be your cleanest. I just like the Studio Phat. It's the one that I work with. Make your own choice. So in the sidechain menu, we need to do something a little bit differently this time. We want that kick and snare to be our trigger. So in the sidechain, we're now going to find the one that goes to it. And we've got med kick, med snare, and audio 5 all going to this bus 2. That's going to be our K and S bus, named bus 2. And if we have a look on our channel here, K and S is bus 2. Perfect. So K and S will now trigger our compressor. That's really not behaving how we want. We're going to have a really, really fast attack here, but we're going to need quite a fast release because it's got to recover in between each sound. And as well, we don't want necessarily everything triggering it. We just want the fundamentals really triggering. Our snare is going to have a higher fundamental than the kick drum, but it's going to sort of taper off probably around 200 hertz. So we're going to make use of the sidechain menu in the top here of the compressor. We're going to switch filter to on. We're going to leave it on low pass. And we're going to dial it back to sort of 250 maybe. Somewhere around there. So any higher sounds that for whatever reason in there aren't going to cause the trigger, just that low body. So we can now see two separate triggers really happening, and it's going too far on the snare, so we're going to reduce the threshold. Remember we said about auto gain before, we want that off now, and we're going to make sure this is still set to 0. And there we go, we've got an auxiliary controlling another auxiliary and using a sidechain going to that. So the kick and the snare now both control this compressor really easily without having multiple compressors set up. And that, ladies and gents, is how you can do various types of sidechain inside Logic. I hope the video was helpful for you, and I will see you guys on the next one. So looking at pitch correction, or commonly referred to as Autotune. Technically it is pitch correction, and Autotune is in fact a brand name of a plugin, but this effect is now just commonly referred to as such. On the main vocal on this track, I do actually have some pitch correction going. So let's disable everything else and just listen to it with the pitch correction.
I should have seen it coming. I didn't see a thing. You lie right to my face when you're supposed to be my him.
Now from what I remember, it was quite lightly correcting, so if we disable it, it shouldn't feel hugely different.
I should have seen it coming. I didn't see a thing. You lie right to my face.
One of the reasons it doesn't feel hugely different is the response time. So the response time here takes nearly 90 milliseconds before it to correct the pitch. This means the initial 90 milliseconds you hear before is unpitch corrected, or is taking 90 seconds to be corrected. This works nicely and gives it quite a natural way of working. What we'll do is just disable my pitch correction here, and we'll look to set up a completely new one. So it's available under pitch, and it is pitch correction, usually just at the top here. So to set it up, we firstly need to know the key of our track. Now this track is in A sharp minor. So if we just go into scale here, and we're going to grab the natural minor scale, and then we need to change the key over to A sharp. As you can see, it's highlighted the correct keys for us now. If we have a look here, we've got range, normal and low. If you have a very deep voiced singer, you might want to switch this to low, and it changes the detection. Remember, we saw our fundamentals before. They were around the 100 to sort of 300 hertz marker. This will just shift it an octave down to catch those and figure out the correct pitch to correct it. Be on normal for this case. We've then got the keys that are involved. If, for example, you don't want your singer to be hitting an F, we can disable the F and it will correct it to an F sharp. Or we can leave the full range available. We can obviously bypass individual sections as well. Below this, we've got the correction meter. It shows us the amount of correction it's making up or down. Then we've got the response time, really fast or very, very slow, and simply labeled as fast and slow, with about 120 being the average. And then we've got the octave range. We'll have a listen to what that does in just a moment. So if we have a really fast response time,
I should have seen it coming.
That's when we start to get that auto-tune, overtuned effect.
I should have seen it coming. I didn't see a thing.
Because in 0 milliseconds, it's correcting to the perfect pitch, and no natural vocal does that. Now, if we start looking at the octave and correction, and we push that up,
I should have seen it coming.
you can hear it's now correcting higher up the frequency spectrum. And if we drop it down for detune,
I should have seen it coming. I didn't see a thing.
if we have a look at the octave change here, if we push it up, it's going to be detuning up the frequency spectrum. If we push it down, it detunes down the frequency spectrum. This can be quite nice to have it just set ever so slightly off, like 1 point of an octave.
I should have seen it coming. I didn't see a thing.
Gets a nice harmony effect when you layer vocals together. We can push it up 50 octaves.
I should have seen it coming. I didn't see a thing.
It's very exaggerated, and we can also do the opposite.
I should have seen it coming.
If you wanted to layer, I would suggest doing something like +1 and then -3, and create some nice harmonies that way. If you've just got a single vocal, generally leave it on 0. To find the most natural response time, tend to just gradually push it up while correcting. That's how we got around the 80 before.
I should have seen it coming. I didn't see a thing. You lied right to my face when you're supposed to be my him. And now that we are over, I don't regret a thing. You don't deserve my love.
So it feels most natural around 84 milliseconds in this instance. And it's as simple as that. That's how we can auto-tune a vocal. Just have a quick idea of what the harmonizing would be like. If we create a copy here, we'll have them perfectly tuned. So the first one can be on an instant response on 0. And the second instance here, we will have that on a perfect response as well. But we'll have it just pitched up +1 octave.
I should have seen it coming. I didn't see a thing. You lied right to my face.
It'll really be down to you to blend them in a level balance to get the effect you're after.
I should have seen it coming. I didn't see a thing. You lied right to my face when you're supposed to be my him. And now that we are over.
Sorry, I realised I've been saying octaves before, but I actually meant cent. We can push it at 50 cent either way, not octaves.
I should have seen it coming. I didn't see a thing. You lied right to my face when you're supposed to be my him. I should have seen it coming.
So hopefully that gives you an idea of how you can do the auto-tune or pitch correction effect inside Logic.
Say my name out loud.
Hello guys, it's Unders, and today just a quick little Logic tutorial video just on some navigation and things around larger projects. So there's a couple of ways you can navigate around your project, and the most common one for me is I'm on an iMac, I'm using the Magic Mouse, but if you're using a trackpad or the like Magic trackpad thing that you can get with the iMacs as well, this will work for you as well. So if you just pop yourself over Option and just get that pressed down, it switches automatically to the zoom tool, and your magic mouse or trackpad up and down becomes a zoom in, zoom out on the track size, whereas left and right becomes your horizontal zoom. And as you can see, it's directly affecting the zoom controls available here up in the top right hand corner. And for me, that's just the easiest way to quickly resize something if I want to have a look into something. If we select it, it's going to center that when we zoom as well, which is dead useful. Now another one is just quickly moving over to another looped area. For example, we had this bit playing here, but I suddenly want to check out this bit here, and I don't want to faff around the top with the looping. If you do Command and U, it will move your loop over to the region you've got selected. And you've moved over to your new section. You can do that with any region you select, and it will loop around that area. If I very quickly wanted to see what was going on in the region, if we select it and just hit Z, it's going to full screen that region for us. Press Z again, it's going to go back to the original zoom level that we were at. So it doesn't matter how we were zoomed, it will maintain that previous level, which is really useful for quickly going in and out when editing parts of a project, or if you're, for example, maybe cutting up drum samples, something like that. You want to quickly zoom in, have a closer look, and zoom back out. Boom. Just highlight it and quickly press Z. You can then make use of your Command U, and you can also loop it while you're zooming.
Yeah, come on. It's like that.
Cool. If you've got a particularly busy mix and there's a section that you no longer need to work on, if you hit H, it's going to introduce an extra little option to all of your channels here called H, and it means hide, and you see that it's also highlighted up the top. If we now grab a couple of these that we no longer want to see, we want to shrink our session down, we hit H again, it's going to hide them away. However, they still play.
Come on. Yeah.
They're just hidden from view.
It's like that. It's like that.
If we take everything away, hide it, but it's still playing.
It's like that, y'all.
That's just a useful feature if you've got lots of things going on that are getting in the way on a particularly busy track. When you get up to sort of like 30-40 sessions, that can start happening if you're not using track stacks. And you can just hide them away nice and quickly just to focus on what you're working on. If I'm editing vocals, I'll quite often highlight everything and just hide it, so I've just got my vocal stacks going. As you've seen in my work before, I maybe have 16 or 17 say vocal stems that come in, and I'm going to edit those down to 1 or 2 stereo channels, and I'll just work like that until I've got what I want, and then I'll bring everything back into the track just using the H key there. So that's a couple of really quick navigation tips to help you increase your workflow and move around Logic smoothly. I hope that was helpful. I will catch you on the next video.
What's up guys, it's Unders here, and here with a nice quick tip for EDM, house, drum and bass, whatever you want, bass lines, just to make them a little bit more interesting with one really simple thing, and that's a little bit of automation on the oscillator. So I've just loaded up a quick example here using exactly the same bass tone on the TRK-01 from Native Instruments. And on one, I've tweaked and edited the oscillator on the bassline and nothing more. Everything else is exactly the same. And the other, I've just left it static. And it gives a massive difference. It's exactly the same notes, exactly the same bassline, but the whole feel and development across 4 bars, that's all we're going to listen to, changes the whole feel of the track. So what we'll do first, we'll have the boring bassline and then we'll swap it out for the one with a slight edit. So Did you hear the massive difference there? Each hit on the other one, each time a note triggers, it feels and sounds a little bit different, while the sounds aren't actually that drastically different. Check it out. However, because it's a little change each time in the oscillator and how it triggers and how it sounds and develops, it just helps give an extra feel and like organicness, if you will, if that's a word, to the bass line. And it's just a little trick I use all the time. In the Lessons Learned album, there's Loose Brass and Just Breathe. And the bass lines in that, they change and evolve throughout the entire track. By the time it's reached the end against the start, it's actually a completely different bass line because I've detuned oscillators over time and things like that. And the reason it remains interesting is because it subtly changes and builds to something new. So we can use really basic notes, really basic notation, a really basic bass line, but just by tweaking that oscillator, you can get a whole new feel. The other thing you can do is have that as a sudden change. So if we take automation off here, if I were to duplicate this section out here, we're going to copy all of that. We'll mute these first two. We've now got 8 bars instead, because we can have our original bass line and we can have our movement bass line, and they can just juxtapose each other. Easy as pie, right? We've now got 8 bars and there's a little bit of a different feel that changes, but the track's not so drastically changed that you can't put the parts together. Really simple way to add a little bit of interest and flair to your bass lines. That was a nice little quick tip. I hope it was helpful for you. Any questions? Throw it in the comments down below. I will see you guys on the next one.
Hello guys, it's Unders. I hope today is finding you well. So really quick video today in Logic Pro. In 10.4 there's now the ability to automatically assign colors as you introduce new tracks. Really helpful for organization. However, the manual's explanation is awful and I've already seen a bunch of questions about it. So let's just throw out really quickly how to do it. I'm going to blaze through this. So if we go into Logic and we go into Preferences, we're going to grab General. If we then choose Display, we're going to go to Tracks. In color, instead of static, we're going to choose Auto Progress 24. You can choose Auto Progress 96 if you're going to have a really intense session. This will give a slightly different gradient in the colors. Progress 24 should be fine unless you're recording a huge amount of audio, or if you are someone who goes into like the 100+ track marker all the time. So once we've done that, now when we create a new track, depending on the initial color type of the track, it will choose the sequential color palettes across. So if we do Option, Command and N to create a new track, we've currently got it selected on audio. Let's choose 50 new audio tracks, hit create, and there they are sequentially done in color. All right, now if we just undo that real quick, go back into our display settings just here, and we can just put it on the Auto Progress 96 as well, and I can just show you what that does differently. You saw before that the colors started to loop after about 12 to 13 versions of itself. We go through that one. Yeah, and you see we just get a slightly different gradient there, and it gives us a longer amount of tracks before we go and repeat the same color over. So I hope that answers the question of how you set it up and how you use it. I will see you guys on the next video. Okay, so here we're going to look at the match EQ. If you've got two conflicting bits of audio, you can learn the profile of one to adjust the other, or to adjust that. Equally, you can use it to reference a larger piece of audio, so a whole mix,
and better understand the overall scope of what's going on with that track. And you could even apply that profile to your own music. So in a mix where you've got vocals and brass, they're quite often a conflict. They tend to hold around the same area, sort of that 500 through to like 6K region tends to be their most prominent area, and they'll conflict a bit. So I've just grabbed two samples that kind of do that, and I'm just going to show you how the match EQ can work for you. So across the bottom you've got current, reference, and EQ curve, and you've got learn on current and you've got learn on reference. So what you're going to do is learn the profiles of the sound. So if I click learn on current, and we've got this assigned to the brass sound here. You can see now it's captured the frequencies that occurred during that brass section. If I now click reference, I can do learn and do the same thing with the vocal, because I have that coming in via the sidechain up here. And as you can see, they really do occupy the same area, which is why if you've got, say, a brass ensemble, it can be quite difficult to mix the two. And this is a technique just so you can really blend them in those difficult situations. So now we've got a reference and we've got our current, and we know which applies to which. We can now go to the EQ curve, and if we click match, it's going to give us this very unusual looking EQ curve. Now we are free to adjust it like we would any other curve. Each time we click on a point, we create a new area, and we can adjust that as we need. But what's important to note is this is a reflection of the current and the reference. Now if we boost it one way, it's going to apply a boost and cut to one area of the sound, allowing the other to come through, and while still accentuating other areas of the other sound. Whereas if we were to drag the slider the opposite way, we apply the opposite effect. So you hear that's now over-enforcing the brass. So if we do this, it's helping us dip in the key conflict areas of where the vocal comes in. Now, generally what I would do if I've had to do this sort of processing and apply it afterwards, I would introduce a channel EQ, and I would generally just adjust anything else that needed doing. For example, I would take this low end boost out. It can be done on the EQ itself here. It's just not the most practical way of operating. So that is an introduction to match EQ. Now you can do exactly the same technique here and apply it to your own mix. What I would suggest doing is reference a song that you really like and enjoy, capture that as your reference and apply it to your mix, and it should give you an idea of the balance difference. Just please note, you will see things like this 200 Hertz spike here. If your tracks are in different keys, it will be picking up fundamentals in the music and it will boost them in irrelevant places to your mix. So make sure you can get two tracks that are in the same sort of key and ideally the same sort of genre, and this should help you just apply a little bit of a profile to them and maybe getting them sound a little bit better. It's also good to adjust it in very small increments when doing that, so just a few % here, and it can also help quite a bit to use the smoothing slider here and just ease it off a bit like that. And it should just help you boost and cut in some real key areas. What's up guys, it's Unders here with a quick Logic tip. Someone's asked me how you can make like the lo-fi drum sounds in Logic. Super easy to do, so I thought I'd just show you a quick way we can do it just using a couple of features, one plugin, Alchemy, and a gate and a bit crusher, and what we can do with that. So what we can do, we've got a nice clean break here and we're just going to gritty that up so it sounds like this before.
And when we've grittied it up, cool, so I'll just take you through from scratch how to do it. So we'll just duplicate our audio channel, Command and D. Let's bring a piece of audio down to there. And we're going to get rid of the plugin. And we'll even delete that. And we'll delete that channel as well. So here we are, a nice blank piece of audio. The effect that we're going to put actually on the piece of audio itself is going to be the bit crusher. Now you can change this to pretty much however you want. 8-bit is going to be pretty hard crushed. It gives it that kind of MPC 60 sound. What we can do is downsample and then push it to sort of 12-bit, which is a bit later, like MPC style sampling, but the downsampling really crushes it a bit more. That's what gives us that really like lo-fi hat sound, right? Just like that. And then we need like the vinyl crackle and background crackle, and it's cool to keep that separate. So we use Alchemy to make that. So let's add a new channel, go software instrument. I've got Alchemy preloaded. We're going to create you. Beautiful. So we've got Alchemy loaded up. We're just going to blank this patch. We're going to go File, Initialize Preset. Over here on the left hand side it says global, we've got A just next to it. We're going to go boom and hit on A. We want to turn the oscillator off, we don't care for it. We want to turn the noise oscillator on, and we're going to switch that beauty onto vinyl. Probably going to be crazy loud, so we'll dial it back by like, I don't know, minus 15 dB and work it from there. We now need something to trigger it, so we're going to put some MIDI in here, and we'll just put one nice MIDI track, and we can just have one long note, and now we'll have this. Cool, so it just sounds like it's running on a really loud crackly vinyl. Now there's two things we can do here. What I did initially was use a noise gate, so we can bash a noise gate on that vinyl sound. We go up into the sidechain, we use the sidechain, we send it to audio 2, beautiful. Audio 2 now triggers that gate, so it only lets that sound come through when this triggers. I want to give it a bit of hold and a bit of release, so there's some more vinyl noise in there. And that just grits up those drum hits. Now you can use the threshold and the hysteresis to adjust that to maybe just go on the kicks or just go on the snares. However you want to work it, completely your call. The other thing we can do, which gives a different effect, is to put a compressor on. We use Sidechain the compressor, and instead that gives noise in between the hits rather than making the hits gritty. I will show you the difference just here. In fact, let's use my preset. So now the kick drum and snare will snap right through, but the noise will be in between. And that's a cool way to get like the sampled from vinyl sound, but still have really clear and punchy drums. So guys, that's just a really quick way that you can whip up some lo-fi sounding drums when you've got really clean samples. I hope that was helpful for you. If it was, thank you. Subscribe to this channel, bash a like on the video. If you've got any questions, throw them in the comments down below. I do my best to get back to everyone, and I will see you on the next video. Hello guys, it's Anders. What is up? So today we are going to look at 5 ways you can improve your Logic mixing workflow. Let's get into it. Alrighty, so here we are in Logic, and we've just got a little project open here which currently sounds as such. Okay, so my first tip when you come to look at the mix down stage, even if you've been mixing as you go along, would just to be to take all of the channels that you've got. So if you just highlight one right at the end and hold shift and click the furthest most, it's going to highlight all those channels and to just drop them down to 0. You're just going to start from scratch this way. And the purpose of doing that is you need to balance your track based on what the focus of the track is going to be. So I tend to organize my track top to bottom, like drums, instrumentation, in the order it's going to go in, and color things that I know need to be in focus. So the first thing right at the top will likely be the kick. Now that's going to be the lead rhythm in most like drum and bass, hip hop style tracks, a lot of the music I work in. So that's generally going to be where I'm going to set my first level. Now I'm going to turn my volume right down. I'm using a UAD Apollo Twin, so I can just control that off to my side. If you've not got a way to control your output volume like that via interface, suggest that we use a bus, turn it right down so it's just a comfortable listening level, and you're just going to play it back and just bring it up so that you can hear at the lowest like listening level you'd have, wherever that's going to be nice and clear. So for me that's somewhere around there for the minute, and now that's going to be your guide that you're going to balance everything else from. So you know you've got your lead element, you've brought that up, you're going to keep it nice and low, and you're going to bring everything else up to balance with that. And you want to bring it up, so staying at that level, everything's audible, nothing sticks out too much, nothing is not audible. And because you're at such a low level, once you bring that up to a higher volume, that's going to be just right for you. It should be nicely balanced. So you just keep bringing everything in until we've got a nice balance. Okay, so my second tip is to then group some of your sounds into buses. So as you can see on the right hand side here, I've got drum, bass, kick and bass, vocal, all different sounds bussed together. And that's really useful because bussing the sounds together and then working on the buses first before doing individual effects can be a really helpful mix tool. So as you'll see, there's quite a bit going on the drums bus, but the actual kick and bass, the samples have just been left alone in this case. That's because I've got everything working together as a single break and built it that way, so I've affected it as such. Now obviously if you're building a custom effect and you want to distort a drum, you need to do it on that particular one. But working from the buses and getting the buses sounding great and then going backwards to fix issues is also a really good way to work. So to make a bus in Logic, what we can do is take all the parts by highlighting them that are drums, which in this case is going to be right the way down to these. So as you can see, they're all labeled bus 3. So if we hold shift again, we can highlight the whole lot. And just here where it says output, if we click and hold, we can then choose where they're going to go. Now if we don't have a bus already, we can choose it and it will create that for us. But in this case, we already have drums. And in the case of my drums bus, I've just mixed that to suit. Okay, so my next tip is once you've sort of established your balance, you've got your basic mix going, perhaps you've taken the advice of going to buses and then working your way backwards, is then to look at things to EQ and whether or not they need it. Now, not every single channel needs EQ and compression on. You can see it here in this mix, which is pretty much done. There's plenty of channels that don't have EQ and compression. EQ is there for two purposes. You have creative EQ, where you're going to shape and create a new sound. You have corrective EQ, which fixes problems like inertia from microphones or removing boxy frequencies. If we have a look here at this particular sound on the drum loop, the rolling break. And what I've done here is work my way backwards. Instead of taking out all of those frequencies on the bus, they're just causing me problems in the break here. And the way I go about finding trouble frequencies is to create a point. Now, it doesn't matter what EQ you're using, as long as it's some form of parametric, so you can move points around. So I'll make a point. I'll reduce the Q. By the way, if you use Pro Q and you don't know how I'm doing that, it's a magic mouse feature on Mac, so you can just drag the mouse wheel. If you've got a clickable mouse wheel, it should also do it. And we're going to play it back, and we're just going to sweep this spike. Now what that spike's doing is really accentuating any areas that are particularly unpleasant. Your ear tells you if they're not working, and it's all about finding them and establishing where they're coming from. As you heard here, the two that I've pulled out, the blue and the green, are particularly not nice. If we sweep back over them, have a real listen. And to hear how that's really affected it, if we disable it. Yeah, just controlling it so it sits a little bit better. Do it in the whole bus. Yeah, just removing those troublesome, not too pleasant areas. And that's just some corrective EQ. And that's just a way that you can find those areas and work your way back. You'll learn to hear them more and more the more you do this. Okay, my next tip is having your reverb on a bus. So right here, I've got one called Lexi, which has got the RC24 on from Native Instruments, which is a lexicon. Hence, I've just named this Lexi, so I know what it is. And I have quite a few things that run to this. So if we move on a bit in the mix, we've got a section here with some extra saxophone and brass going on, as well as the chords, and they're all going to Lexi here. Now, just for clarity, Lexi's got a EQ afterwards, just rolling off the top and bottom here, just to isolate that a little bit. And the reason for doing that is you can have everything feel like it's in its own singular space. You could put a reverb on each individual channel. One, it's processor heavy. And two, if you want to make any changes to settings, you need to check all the others. And equally, if you do make changes to settings and they're ever so slightly different, you tend to get loads of crossing frequencies and it muddies up. But everything going to a bus, it all works through that one plugin. So currently, this is what's going on. Yeah, so they're all working together in that one bus. We can take it away. And they all sound like separate sounds now. However, if we all put them in that same space, they're all behaving and working together. And that works well for the mix. And my last tip is look at automation of your buses. So yeah, you can automate little parameters and changes and everything on each individual track. However, a bus automation holds a lot more weight in things you can do, and we'll probably see on this track we're going to have some bus automation. In this case, K and B means keys and brass, and I've just got those working together on one bus because they work together in the track. And in this particular layout, look, we're just taking it out by sort of 3.5 dB in certain parts where we want to dip it. If I wanted to automate that on the lanes themselves, I'd have to do like 3 or 4 different types of automation. If I wanted to adjust the balance of them, fine, but in this case I can just use the bus and I can just dip them out so they suit the mix a little bit better. So here's the part where that's taking effect. Cool, so you hear how it's just gradually pulled them back to let the vocals come in, and they're just really casually swapping space. It's really subtle, but it works perfectly for what we're after. So guys, those have been my 5 starting tips if you're just getting into mixing your own music. Try them out. I hope they improve your workflow, and if there's anything else you want to see, please throw it in the comments down below. Let me know. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Okay guys, so here we are in Logic, and today I want to show you how we can quantize a piece of audio like it was MIDI to another piece of audio. So I've got these 2 loops in here. Top one's just a simple like garage 2-step break, sped up to D and B, and then I've got a hat loop. And the hat loop is really kind of like out of the swing, so they're not working great together. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to make this hat loop slave to this guy right here. We're going to quantize the audio to do that rather than cutting up each individual part and doing it by hand. So let me show you this top track where it's 1. We're going to right click on it, and we are going to go down to track header components. And in here we've got one called groove track. It's off by default. We're going to switch that on, and it looks like nothing's changed. However, when we hover over the 1 now, it changes to a little star. I never used to do that. If we star that, it's going to become our lead groove track. Okay, so that's part 1. We need to make sure we've chosen the thing that we're going to quantize to in this case. In this case, it's going to be this break, just for the example. Now we need to decide how we're going to get the hats to work. Firstly, we need to put a flex time on. So up here, you've got the option for flex time. We can also do Command and F. So we're going to hit that, and we don't want monophonic in this case because it's a chopped up break, or it's not a chopped up break yet, but we're going to make it one. We're going to use flex time slicing, and you see it's now sliced the break up for us. All right, because we've used flex time and sliced the break up, we can now quantize and move the individual bits of audio. You probably know that already. Here's the bit you probably didn't know. So we've got the groove track here. Now we've flex time and sliced this. Notice here next to 2, we've got this little icon, and we can just click that, and it's now going to slave them together, and they'll be way more in sync. So that's taking us a little bit of the way there. We can take this a step further as well. On that initial break, if we switch flex time on there as well, and we'll use slicing on that, we can kind of steal that groove as well. If we get the inspector up, if you can't see the inspector, just tap I and it'll pop up on the left for you. Where it says quantize off, we're going to click on that, go right to the bottom and grab make groove template. Again, nothing happens, but now when we select our other break here, we can do quantize. Now it's currently this 2-step behind because it's synced to groove track. What we can do is take it off of the slave, it goes back to quantize off, and we've now got 2-step behind in our quantize template, and boom, it's going to grab it there and do that for us. So there you go, guys. That's 2 really quick ways you can quantize audio inside Logic Pro. Hope the video's been helpful for you, and I will see you on the next one. What's up, guys? It's Anders. Here we are with another Logic tutorial, and today I'm just going to show you how you can manipulate the tempo in Logic Pro so you can do crazy things like this. That was just a short section from a track I'm working on that goes from 174.9 BPM right the way down to sort of the 140 region. It actually goes down to 139.9. So it basically switches from drum and bass to dubstep for a breakdown and then builds back up into dubstep. And it's actually super easy to do in Logic, but it's kind of like a hidden away thing. Just happened that I got asked the question of how to do it, so I thought I'd show you guys, and I had this track in the works which was mad and out of there. So at the minute we've got the automation lanes open, don't need them at all, just hit A, go back to a regular track, loads of audio going on. What we need to do is access the global tracks. So if we hit G, so it's going to drop a bunch of things down here. So I've got a load of arrangement markers set up. That's kind of important for when you want to do tempo manipulation and move sections around if you're going to play around with your arrangement. So it's worth doing that. I don't really care about the names. They're just cut out into blocks so I can move stuff around. What's important here is tempo. We need to make sure that that is editable basically for what we want to do. And if we go up here into tempo, we need to make sure this is set into keep in this case as well. And then whatever we're doing there can be set. So this works a lot like an automation lane. You can zoom into it and manipulate it. So essentially here we can just draw points in and choose our tempo, and we're gonna scroll them to the amount that we want. We can use the handle here just like on automation in some other DAWs for a curve. You don't need to activate that handle, it's always there. I know you do for the rest of like automation within Logic. In this instance we don't need to do that. It's just automatically there, so we can curve it in so we can get this effect. Now we can have it so it slopes back in as well. In this instance I just had it so it snapped straight back up, but we could give it a bit of space here and we could curve it back in like so. What I've done instead is given it like a bit of a drop down actually, and then it just snaps back into full tempo. And that's it really. So we need to make sure we've got it on keep, because if we have it on auto, it's going to start listening to other bits of the audio and it fluctuates, not what you're after in this instance. So we just hit G to get the global tracks up, or we can click the little icon just up here. And from there, we can just use it like an automation lane. Now, if you move any of these sections around that I set here in the arrangements, it will move the tempo automation with it as well, which is super useful when you've got two sections that drop out. I hope that was helpful for you guys, and I will see you on the next video. Well, there you have it. There is actually a difference. Hello guys, it's Unders. I hope the day is finding you well. So we're going to dive into a part 2 of bouncing down in Logic. Now in the previous video we bounced out offline, real-time and real-time second bounce, and found that all three were different to some degree, although audibly not massively different. So we're going to take that a little bit further and see if two versions of each one will cancel each other out as well, just to see if there's a discrepancy per bounce, you know, regardless of what you're doing. Now, there's a couple of situations and certain things that might cause there to be like small variances. So I've just taken this project that I'm working on now and just looking to finish up, which is just this.
Hold up, don't get lost in the sauce. Jedi mind tricks, don't get lost in the force. Hungry for the money, free course meal. I send my name for the bill, and I'ma pay that, always keep it real. I'm independent, I don't need no deal. I'm Jaws.
Cool, so just like a UK garage vibe thing going on, and we're just mixing that down now and getting it to a point I'm happy with it. But in terms of plugins that would be different every single time, the only one on here that I really think could do that is going to be the J37 tape. And now it shouldn't be a massive difference, but what we're going to do is disable it just in case. And then I'm going to do another 2 runs, because I've got infinite time apparently, with the J37 on, and then see if that is, you know, a plugin discrepancy is the reason that the bounces are slightly different. I'm only going to do that for the offline because I don't have time to be bouncing everything out and doing second bounces with various versions, but we're just going to dig into that a little bit. So let's get into it. First things first, with the J37 disabled, 2 offline bounces. As well, I'm only going to bounce this little like 16 bar section rather than doing the whole track to try and save some time for myself today. So we're just going to use that little chunk there. So let's do 2 offline bounces, and what I'll do, I'll bounce everything, capture it so you can see what I'm doing, speed it up, and then we'll open another project with all those bounced audio files named so we can check them out. We'll do everything 16-bit 44.1 because it's standard. I'm going to be offline. We don't want any normalization, and that should be all good. And we'll drop everything on the desktop. Sweet, so we've done the 2 offline bounces. We're going to enable the J37 now, and we'll do another 2 offline. Disable the J37 again, and now we're going to do 2 real times as well. I'm not going to do second cycle pass, I do not have time.
Hold up, don't get lost in the sauce. Jedi mind tricks, don't get lost in the force. Hungry for the money, free course meal. I send my name for the bill, and I'ma pay that, always keep it real. I'm independent, I don't need no deal. I'm Jaws on the beat, I got a flow that kills. Do my ting with a few G's, Lauryn Hill. I'm always on the grind looking for success. I wanna live good, no, nothing less. So say my name, say my name, say my name. I say it as many times until it's in your brain. Imprinted, blink 3 times and you miss it. Keep up with your boy, life is a choice, you better choose the right one. She wanna say my name with the lights off. Say my name out loud.
Cool, and round 2. Cool, so that's our bounces. What we'll do now is just kill this project and grab a fresh one and get those bits of audio in. We will do that like magic. See, like magic. So let's just make sure these are in a sensible order. Let's just get the utility plugin on everything relevant. Let's get the mix off when we do that. So I always call it the utility plugin. It's actually the gain plugin. I think it might have been called utility back in Pro Tools, but it's what we use to invert the phase either way. So we want to invert that one. We want to invert that one. and we want to invert that one. Sweet. So first things first, offline bounce 1 and 2 with the J37 off. Do they cancel out? Well, there you have it. There is actually a difference even between two offline bounces of exactly the same thing done one after the other, with the only plugin I thought that was going to cause any kind of discrepancy is turned on. So yeah, I mean, something like the J37 is definitely causing that for us. Let's test out the one where the J37 was off and see if that is in fact the case. And notice they look far similar than when we did it last time as well. Well, there you go. So even the offline one with the J37 turned off, which was the only plugin that gives any kind of like phase issues, like randomly, if you will, we've still got pretty much the same thing going on, the same amount of difference. Interesting how the Piz strings seem to have survived in both iterations. They're different each time, so it's quite possible that that instrument's using round robin, so it's actually triggering different samples per take. That could completely be the case of why that's surviving. So yeah, we'd have to maybe do a round robin reset or remember to do that on every single plugin that requires it. However, I'm pretty sure they should round robin reset when you re-trigger the project. So that's an interesting thing. But I think that's the only way that that could have completely survived. You notice like the vocals and bits are completely gone. I don't know, we've got a bit of the bass in there. Not sure why that is. Perhaps that bass instrument, I think I made it in massive. I can't really remember without going back in the project now. Maybe that's slightly different each time it's triggering. As well, we're getting the reverbs. They are going to be very slightly different. It's part of how the reverb algorithm works. So it seems like we're getting the round robin samples that are triggering different samples. Reverb that's going to vary regardless because it's effectively random. It's never going to repeat exactly the same. Yeah, and for some reason, some of the bass, possibly because I'm using like I forget what it's called, a massive like the expander or whatever the hell that is, that gives it like a bit of space up on the top end. Perhaps that's causing that for us. So certain effects and processes seem to be the only things surviving. Like notice the vocals and the main parts of the song are completely gone. I mean, if we just drop one out while we're playing this loop.
My drinks don't get lost in the force. Hungry for the money, free course meal. I send my name for the bill.
But it does mean these particular sounds are different on every single bounce, offline or not. Let's just see if, I mean, real time, I'd expect this to actually, I don't want to say worse because it doesn't tend to actually be a problem, but let's have an idea. Yeah, there's a lot more sub in this straight away. And the strings have completely survived. That must be the round robin samples.
Boy, life is a choice, you better choose the right one. She wanna say my name with the lights off. Hold up, don't get lost in the sauce. Jedi.
Now, what is kind of confusing, if we're getting like the clap reverb and like bits of the bass and things coming through, but none of the reverb from the vocal, that is completely cancelling itself out, which is kind of odd. But there you have it. Let's just try the second bounce with these two with the J37 off. Just out of curiosity to see, we've taken the J37 out, which is going to give some kind of like phase discrepancies and whatnot across the track. Let's decide to emulate tape. Let's just see if these maybe cancel out anywhere similar or further apart. Yeah, pretty much the same parts surviving. Let's see if the Piz survived again. Okay. So the Piz is cancelling a little bit more now, so perhaps it's going through that cycle of triggering the same samples in some cases here. Well, what I'm taking from that is I now need to bounce multiple versions of my track every single time and then listen to the same version and decide which one gives me the most positive feeling, because they're all very, very similar. But if one in particular feels better than the other, that's what we're going to have to roll with. You know, I'm genuinely surprised. I thought the two offlines would cancel each other out, but hey, that's what this experiment was for. We have learnt something, and I hope you guys learnt something too. Thank you very much for subscribing. Again, if you've got questions and ideas like this, throw them in the comments or in the forum, whatnot, on Facebook, and I'll see what I can do. I'm very intrigued. See you soon. Hello guys, it's Unders. Hope the day is finding you well. So today, what we're going to try and do is answer a question that I've seen, I don't know how many times in recent weeks, but it's referring to your bounce and what you should do. So exporting your final track. And there's an argument going between using offline, using real time, and then using a real time second bounce. Now these apply mainly to Logic and Pro Tools. We're going to look in Logic today. What it really means is offline is where you export your sound and you don't hear it, it just processes it, and it tends to be the quicker form. Real time, it plays your track back in real time and records that performance. Real time second bounce does that full thing, records it, and then bounces an offline version based on that. Personally, I just bounce offline. I'll check out the track, it sounds okay, I roll with that. I go with the sounds good is good principle. What we're going to do, we're going to export those three different versions, we're going to A/B test them, we'll probably null test them and see if there actually is a difference. Is the argument even valid? Because all the things I've read, no one actually seems to test it, so we're going to do that. Let's get into that. Alright guys, here we are in Logic. I've opened up a project. This is the drum and bass track, The Music, that I still haven't finished. Just a quick thing to note, we're going to turn off the LX here because my Slate subscription has run out, so I've only got the stuff that I purchased left, and the lexicon is now gone, which is very sad, and Panagement for some reason isn't working. So they're both disabled. The track just sounds like this. Give you a quick playback. Not entirely happy with it, it's not finished, but that doesn't exactly matter for what we're going to do. So this is the track I'm going to use. I'm going to bounce it down 3 times. I'm going to record this whole thing, but speed it up because, oh my God, that would be tedious to watch. So I'm going to do the offline, I'm going to do the real time, then I'm going to do the real time second cycle. I'll speed it all up so you can see that I'm not jipping you in any way, and then we'll open Logic again with the 3 files in and we'll A/B them and have a little listen and see what the crack is. So here we go. Just a quick note, I'm going to do them all in 44.1 16-bit. Okay, so that's the offline one done. We're now going to, come on beat, we're going to go real time. And we'll leave all the settings exactly the same and do the real time version. This time it will play through and we could sit here and listen to it for 6 minutes, but again, I'm going to speed it up. and last but not least, we're going to do real time bounce second cycle pass, because I'm not sick of sitting here yet. Oh my god, that was tedious. Okay, what we're going to do now is open a fresh session, import those three back in and A/B them and see if we can null test them. Hold tight. Alright, we've got all three imported. As you can see, they are as I named them. We're going to put the second cycle at the bottom so we're in the right order. So if the theory is right and everyone's argument's right, offline's going to sound like absolute garbage, real time is going to sound pretty damn good, and the second cycle is going to sound so amazing minds will actually melt. I honestly think they're all going to sound the same and they'll probably nullify. What we'll do is just see if we can find a little loop, because I am not going through that 6-minute tune again after just sitting through it all those times. We'll take something like that, a bit longer. That will do. So what we'll do, we'll use the offline as our reference. We'll stick the utility plugin on, do the other two. We'll do a nice little phase invert. Let's copy you over. Go. So we've now got a phase invert placed on the real time and the real time second cycle. So in theory, if I solo these two right now, if we just solo that, so we've got our loop. Alright, so there's some difference. Let's be sure it's not a timing discrepancy. Looks like it could be. Let's have a look. No, they're pretty accurate. Although, it does look like it's just going in and out of phase, doesn't it? Obviously, we've got this phase inverted. But it actually looks like it's opposite phase anyway. Definitely some phasing going on. Obviously lots of difference in the low end and some of the top end. Let's just move it ever so slightly. I think it's going to be somewhere around here. So it looks like it's just bounced it at a slightly different time. I wish Logic would hold that, I reckon, around there. There you go, so all the low ends cancelled out now. So there's definitely a discrepancy in the time frame that it bounces in. See if we can find another really obvious bit. See, that looks very different there as well. We've bounced these in exactly the same way as well. Yeah, look at that. So that should be around here if you match them up. It should be there. But there's definitely differences, look. Well, can't deny it, there's definitely a difference between the two. Does one inherently sound better than the other though? Let's have a check of that. Just going to do a slightly longer pass there. Honestly, I know there's a difference between the two, but I'm not picking it up in my headphones, swapping between the two. I think I need to sit and listen with me speakers for a bit. That's the way I mainly listen. I only work with headphones when I'm recording like this. I can't really pick it up. Let's just try it between the second cycle. We just make sure that is inverted as well. Yep. Also a lot less cancellation with the second cycle. Again, let's zoom right in and see if maybe we've got some timing issues going again. Let's try and find a transient that's around the same. Yeah, it looks like it's a little late. Somewhere around here, I'd imagine. I hate it when Logic does that. I can't scroll you back. All right, we'll bring you forward. About there, I think. Maybe not. So, there. About there. Yeah, similar sound as before. Let's just go between the two again and see if one's inherently better than the other. Alright, you know what? On the second cycle, I think there's a little bit more clarity in the low end. Like, it's really tiny, but the offline one sound, I'm going to use a really weird word here, it sounds a little bit more woolly. But the second cycle just sounds a bit clearer. Like, if we just focus on listening to that, maybe I'm going mad. I don't know. What's important is there is actually a difference. So maybe it is worth bouncing all three each time and having a listen through and seeing which one you prefer, see which one gives you the best emotional response perhaps. Listening on your preferred format, because I'm definitely struggling in headphones to discern the difference when there is one. It's obviously very, very close. We can get phase cancellation happening to a huge area of the frequencies. It seems to be the low end and the extreme top end that change the most. And that's quite likely down to a lot of the plugins having the ability to bounce at a higher resolution when offline, which is generally better for them, rather than when you're doing a real-time bounce, it's having to play all the audio back and it's recording that output. It doesn't go to the higher sample rates that it's able to do in an offline bounce. But the argument stands, there's definitely a difference between the three. Which you prefer is going to be down to you. I tell you what I'll do, I'll cut this little chunk of the song out and you guys can check out the WAV file and have a comparison for yourselves. And I will upload it to the warriorsound.co.uk website. I'll try and remember to link it below the video. You guys can download this little chunk here and you'll be able to actually compare it for yourselves and see if you think there is a discernible difference and whether or not it's worth you investigating further. So hopefully that answers something. I mean, honestly, I'm surprised. I expected them to just null out and there not even really be a reason for it. But it makes sense that the offline bounce can use the higher resolution export in terms of the higher sample rate and avoid things like anti-aliasing. Like Serum, for example, which wasn't in that project, but I know that exports with even better anti-aliasing than its playback option. Superb. I'll give it to you guys. Let me know what you think. I hope the video was helpful in some way. I definitely learned something. And I will see you on the next one. Hi guys, in Logic again. Another quick video today. I'm going to show you how to do the fades, or if you can't get your fade tool working, how to switch it on. And also do the speed up and slow downs. So
usually if I were to zoom into this lovely conga piece of audio here, if I head up to the top left or right hand corners, my icon changes here. And this allows me to bring a fade in. As we can see, I can drag it across the whole piece of audio. This lets me do fade ins and fade outs. Make it far more dramatic. Now there's another way you can do it. If you press T and A, we can have the fade tool this way. And what we can do here is simply drag it along, and it's going to allow us to add a fade in on our piece of audio. They behave ever so slightly differently just because they've not got that location tool. We've just pressed double T. We can now perform it exactly the same thing with this. We've just got those markers that have disappeared. If we go up to the top, we get a different icon to the fade tool, but we can get rid of it as well. Now, if for whatever reason you're not seeing these when you go to the top corners, it's under preferences. If we go Logic, Preferences, General, under Editing, we've got fade tool click zones here. That needs to be highlighted or they just simply don't appear. Now, the way we can do the startups and slowdowns is really simple. We need the inspector tool up. We press I to get the inspector tool. And where we've got our fade in and fade out, we can actually change these. The menu here is not just for the timing. If we click where it says fade in, we can go to speed up. So we can do things like this. And equally, if we just drag a bit off the end there, we can change the fade out to a slow down. Those are just a couple of quick little tips inside Logic. I hope the video was helpful for you, and I will see you guys on the next one. Okay, so here we are in Logic. Really simple video today, reversing audio. There's actually a really super easy way to do it inside Logic. Everyone shows how to use the audio editor. There's a much quicker way that seems to be getting missed. So obviously we need some kind of audio sample. We'll just drag anything in. Literally this conga sample will do. Press U to loop it, look. Great. So we need to have the inspector open. It's the menu I would usually have open on the left hand side. I've hidden it because lots of people seem to have it hidden. You literally press I to bring it up and it gives you this menu here on the left hand side, okay? We've got this region bit. So as long as I've got a region selected, look, it names the region, it knows what it's doing, okay? Over here where we've got transport and all of that jazz, it says more. If we hit more, we get some extra options. If we go down here, it says reverse. If we click reverse, ta-da! Now note as well, it's per region. So if I were to now copy this region, we'll do a double leap. And now if I select just this region, I can reverse it again and it's back around the original way. You can split regions still and do it to tiny parts of the sample. So let's say we just want to, I don't know, cut this one bit here and this one bit here. Those were super, super rough cuts. Highlight those two regions, flip those back round. Super, super simple. There's no reason to be hitting E and doing it in the sample editor. And the risk of doing it in the sample editor, if you don't create a new file, it will irreparably reverse your original file. So use the inspector and just reverse it by region. Cool. I hope that was helpful for you guys, and I will see you on the next one.
Hello guys, it's Unders, and in today's video we're going to have a look at using the channel EQ in mid-side mode. This is a follow-on from my mixing EDM bass and making it really wide, and using the channel EQ in mid-side mode, just extend that away instead of using HEQ. So let's get into that video. Okay, so we're now obviously in Logic. Now, if you just want to learn how you can use mid-side EQ in Logic, great video is going to be helpful for you, but this really is specifically a follow-on from the mixing wide bass or mixing wide EDM bass video. So in that video, I use HEQ to remove the mids from an alternate channel so that we've just got the sides left, allowing us to play around with the sides, adjust the volume, put effects on them without actually affecting the weight and mids of the bass. Now we can do it just using channel EQ. I use Waves HEQ because it's just a little cleaner to do it. But if you want to do it with channel EQ, we can. So I've just grabbed this super annoying loop that's in stereo because it's got lots of side. Wonderful. Now, to really achieve the same effect here, we need 2 channel EQs loaded. We don't need them to be gigantic either, but we'll still have 2. We'll just duplicate that. So what we'll do, we'll have them in order here. So top one is the top one, bottom one is the bottom one. And what we need to do is change this top one so it is mid only, and change the second one so it is side only. What we're going to do from there is engage our high pass and our low pass filters. And we're going to max both of those guys out either way. And that's going to completely null the mid for us. So we've now just got the sides left. Now if you're listening in headphones, you might get the perception that you've got mids left. Trust me, you haven't. It is just sides in this instance. And I can prove that by doing the same thing on the sides and taking it all out. Now have absolutely nothing. We could bring the mid back in. Now we've just got the sides. So it's not as clean as using HEQ, just putting it in mid-side and dropping the fader down, but you can achieve the same thing. If you just wanted to gain a balance of the two, we can just use the overall gain control here and just dip it by, say, 10 dB in the mid-range. Yeah, so you can adjust that balance, but I find it best just use the high cut and low cut just to take everything away. So that's how we would do it without HEQ. I hope that was helpful for you. If it was, please bash a like on the video and I will see you on the next one.
Morning, afternoon, evening, and or night, depending on when you are watching. This is Unders, and today I plan on just throwing you out a little tip on widening up your bass. Now this can be applied into drum and bass, which is how we're going to be looking at it today. Equally, it's going to work just as well in your more EDM genres, your 4 on the floor types, your 128 house bass. You'll actually hear this sort of technique used on a lot of records to give it a big wide sound. So let's have a little listen to what we're going to be working with. It's one of my tunes, and what we're going to do first is just mute this little one here called wide. And we're going to have a listen at how the bass sounds before I've introduced the wide, if you will. Okay, so we get it. It's drum and bass, heavy reese, bass right down the center, nice and aggressive, and that sounds okay. And if we test it on mono, yeah, not as exciting, but we don't really lose anything. The cymbals, they get thrown up into the middle. That's about it really. Everything else stays the same.
we're working in stereo. We can be much more exciting with it. If we try it, and I'll unmute this wide when it loops around past the first couple of bars, and you'll be able to hear the massive difference whether you're on speakers or headphones. Now I've put the wide in, we're going to dip back into the mono. Cool, so you can see when we're swapping back and forth to mono there, we're not actually losing anything. The sides disappear again. Okay, no big deal. We've still got the middle. Now that's the key thing as to why I've done this on 2 channels. When you're going to look at your bass, if you start putting stereo wideness and things on it, when you go back to mono, it's probably just going to straight cancel it out. What we're looking at here is a nice, fairly simple way to avoid it. Now I've used a couple of plugins that are third-party purchases, but there are ways to do it within your respective DAW. You'll have plugins that can do similar things. Okay, so let's have a little look at what we've got going on the wide channel. First things first of this guy. Okay, so this is Waves Real ADT. Now that is artificial double track. The idea comes from back in Abbey Road Studios. They didn't want to double track everything when they were recording the Beatles because it was a lot of work. They came up with the artificial double tracker, and what that effectively does is have a copy of the sound and puts it slightly out of phase, and then it wobbles that phase in and out just ever so slightly. I've got it on quite extreme settings here. Left channel panned hard left, moving 1.16 in and out, panned hard right, going the full 10 milliseconds out and wobbling back and forth with an LFO range of 2, it's wobbling with an LFO range of 3. So that puts the different phases on the left and right completely out. Now bear in mind, I've got the bass as a stereo channel, but it is a mono sound. It cuts right down the middle. This makes it stereo. Now you could do this with something like the S1 or a plugin that I've shown before, which was Panagement. We can remember where that was. There it is. This will give you some similar options, but not necessarily the same thing. If you use the distance and width up here, you can spread it a bit. You just can't be as detailed as the artificial double tracker, but that's a free option. You can go and grab that from the AU Burn website. Great little plugin for a freebie. Equally, you could do something similar with the Waves S1 if you've got access to that, or there are stereo effects available in most stores. The other one I keep seeing at the moment, Stereo Savage from Plugin Boutique. That's another great option that will let you do a similar sort of thing and get that spread. Now the key thing to do after this, I've done it here with an EQ, but the EQ curve is not the important thing here. The important thing is what's going on down here. So I've put the EQ into mid-side mode. Now the mid actual EQ, which is the orange band following along here, that's doing nothing whatsoever, and that's because I've taken the mid channel out. If we have a listen to wide on its own, now you're going to hear like there's something in the middle, but it's actually left and right, and you're getting a phantom center. Now I've taken all the middle out. We can play it and I'll ride this back up and you'll hear how it sounds with it in. Well, oh my god, it sounds like the combination of bass and wide, because that is what it is. Except we keep the two separate, so that when we start applying stereo effects and crazy things to it, it doesn't affect our center, our bass down the middle that we don't want to lose when we go back to mono. If we play it on the club system, it needs to be there, present in the middle and not get affected. So we take all that out and we just work with the sides. Now on the sides, we're going to go back to here, and now that's the green EQ profile I've got going here. I've got a couple of the bumps, but hey, that's just what sounded good and how I wanted it to sound. We have rolled off the lows, okay? We don't need all this low energy that's coming out in the left and right channels. It's just going to muddy up the mix. And again, it's going to give us more of a chance of phase cancellation and cancelling out our lows and our sub. There is a sub on this running across everything else. I think, what are we in? I think it's G, and it's what that'll be 49 hertz for the low frequency there, and that's going to be around this region here where we've got the nice fade off, and we would potentially start getting cancellation there if anything's slightly out of phase. So we just roll that off, so we've just got the high end, and you'll be able to hear the difference here. Yeah, so all the low disappears. Now that is the key part of this. You're keeping the sides and the mid separate so that they're not affecting each other, but you can work with them independently, which also is what allows me to EQ this. And what we've also done to add some space is I put the RC24 on here. Now, honestly, I use the Relab Lexicon most of the time, but I have these, so at the time I grabbed it, set it sounded good, and that's what we've stuck with. All this is doing, adding some ambience. We'll try it in and out so you can see what I'm... So that's very raw and rough, and yeah, it's still on the edges, but this gives us more of that spread and that natural sound, and it gives the feeling that this bass is being pumped out of a huge sound system into a big room, and it's giving that spread. And last thing, compressor set to Phat. If you've seen some of my other tutorials, you'll know why I do studio Phat when I'm gonna sidechain something, and I just wanted this to pump to bring everything down so the bass still works together and it all sounds like it is one sound. And that is slamming really hard there. You get the feeling that the drums are still there even though they're off. So that, guys, is how to make your super aggressive mono bass super wide and huge. Thank you very much. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe. Hello guys, it's Unders. I hope the day is finding you well. So, relatively recently, when Logic dropped their latest update, we finally got to see that Camel Phat was introduced into Logic in the form of Phat FX. Now, Camel Phat for years and years has been basically a staple in terms of a distortion plugin that people have used. It was like a limiter, compressor, distortion, little beast that was available. You'll see it if you go to any of like the old computer music in the studio. It's in literally every single in the studio. It was just the go-to plugin, and it's now introduced into Logic because their acquisition of Camel Audio back in, I think, 2015, maybe 2016. I'm not even going to look it up. Who cares? And basically, it is inside Logic now. It is a little beast of a distortion plugin. Now, to access it, you would think if you went to distortion, it would be there. And for whatever reason, logically, it does not show up. However, if you go down to multi FX, it is there as Phat FX, and we are just going to have a little breakdown of it. So this track here, say my name out loud, talking to little garage vibey track, has got a subline in it where I've used massive just to create a ever so slightly fed back sub. Now, if you haven't got speakers on or a decent set of headphones, you probably hear nothing.
But trust me, there's a big fat low end there. The reason I've done that on this track is to use low end so I can have it specifically under my control. Nothing else is creating frequency that low. So if I want to dip it out or have it moved out of the way of the kick drum or anything like that, I've got pure control over it. So it lines up with the other bass line, which is this. And they just work in harmony together. Now, the reason I'm showing you this on a really low frequency sine wave is just to give you an idea of what it can really do. So we've got Bright Dirt here as the preset, and if we engage it, we're going to get a completely new sound, which is kind of crazy. Cool, so it's distorting it and creating loads of extra harmonics. Now, I want this to be a quick video, and this plugin looks like it's relatively simple, right? However, if we have a look across the bottom here, we've got all these different areas and parameters, which are the different sections that you can see on here, right? They all named sensibly. Yeah, you've got grit, and then you've got grit, and then grit is here. It's distortion part number 3, and we can see we've got some modulation on it. However, all of these at the bottom are completely rearrangeable. You can grab them, slide them around, have them wherever you want in any order. So the routing in the background of this is insane, and it means if we engage it, we can completely adjust the sounds and presets just by moving the order of things at the bottom. We can also engage and disengage pretty much any part that we want. And you'll see quite a few of them are linked to modulation parameters as well. So for example, here we've got the mod FX rate, and when the track is engaged, you can see it being modulated here. And you can link those with the different things we've got down here. So we've got 2 LFOs, an envelope follower. We've also got the XY parameters. So you can modulate the XY matrix and have another 4 parameters all being automated at once. As you can see there, it's modulating the resonance, grit, the mix for the mod FX, and the depth. And then when it's playing, we've got the LFOs modulating some other areas as well. So it's a huge scope for modulation within the plugin as well. It goes another step further than that, that each of these has got its own type as well. So like the compressor, we've got the same compressor types that we have in Logic. So like the Logic compressor systems inside the actual plugin here, which is pretty crazy as well. And then bass enhancer, we've got different types of the distortion, so it generates a different type of harmonics between warm, classic, and clip. It's just crazy in depth, and seems like no one's really aware of just how powerful it is. So grab it, throw a sine wave into it, and make a whole new bass line as shown just here. I mean, it is literally just a sine. Just using this distortion plugin, we can make a whole new bass out of it. Hope that video was helpful for you guys, and I will see you on the next one. Thank you very much for watching. Hello guys, so here we are in Logic. This is just a drum session from the How to Make Liquid Drum and Bass video series. If you're interested in that, go check out those videos. We just go through making a liquid drum and bass track from start to finish. What I'm going to show you today is just a really easy way to randomize velocity. So we've got a nice shaker here among these drum loops. Very cool, very catchy, very reverb, we like. Now, if we bring up the piano roll, so we can hit E to do that once we've selected the region that we want to affect. And we can do this across multiple regions as well, if you like, just by holding Shift and selecting them. When we're in the piano roll, there's a particular option we need to have enabled so that we can see what's going on. So that is this little thing here.
So it's going to show you like your MIDI automation. It looks like an automation lane, and that's the sort of thing we're after. Now it will default to the last adjusted thing, but what we can do is click on where it says volume, and we can find out what else is assigned to it. And you'll notice it says channel 1 note velocity under used. Boom, that's now going to show us our note velocities, so we can see all the different velocities that occur in this pattern. Makes sense, right? And we can see that the louder ones correspond with the red notes. That's how velocity is displayed to us inside Logic. Now to randomize them, we need to select the notes that we want to randomize. For example, we could select all of them, or we could just select a few different ones. We can select a batch here, and we could select a batch here by holding Shift. If we go up into functions now, we've got MIDI transform, and in here we have random velocity look. So, just to understand what's going on, it affects the selected notes. It's going to be random. You can choose some other options. You can do it scaled, quantized, whatever you like. We've chosen random because that's what we were looking at. And here is going to be the value amount it is randomized by. So you know that velocity goes from 0 all the way to 127 because that's the full range of MIDI. We might want to limit this slightly. So let's say we can only have it be randomized up to 90 in velocity or up to 127 in velocity. Let's go from 90 to 127. So lots of the notes we have selected are quite low. So we should see them all move up in level, but they will be randomized within this value amount, which obviously gives us 37 different values. So we can do select and operate or operate only. We've already selected our notes, so if we operate only, you see that's now given us random values within the limit of these two areas here. If I was to scope it from 0 to 127 and operate, you see how it covers the whole range. So that is the easiest way to randomize MIDI and MIDI velocity inside Logic. I hope the video was helpful for you guys. Thank you very much for watching and subscribing, and I will see you on the next video. Hi guys, it's Anders. I hope the day is finding you well. So in this video, it's just going to be a Logic tutorial about using the gate and using it to create rhythmic patterns in things like drum and bass and your bass lines. So what we've got here is just a really quick pattern, just the ES2 as a Reese and a drum break. And what we're going to do is use the drum break to create the pattern in the Reese. So at the moment it's quite static and just sounds like this. Cool, so we've got those long boring notes. The whole first bar, for example, is just that pretty static Reese. Okay, so if we go onto that channel and we go into dynamics, and we're going to choose noise gate, which is the noise gate that Logic has. If we use the sidechain option up here, we're going to choose a big break, or in your case, whichever your audio break is, or perhaps even just a kick drum, however you want to do it. And what we're going to do is set this up so it just about triggers the break, and when that break triggers and opens the gate, it's going to let some of the bass line come through with it. While that's okay at the minute, it's sort of doing its job. It's creating a bit of a pattern there that's in time with the drums. It's not great in terms of timing. It just sort of peeks through for a moment. What we want to do is work out the timing of the track so that the notes can be musically relevant as well. So if we go over into the inspector, and if you can't see that on the left hand side, just press I, it should bring it up. While you've got your channel selected, tap on more, go into delay, and in delay we're going to look up 1/8, which comes out at 172.4 milliseconds. What we're going to do is work that out in here. So if we have our attack at say the 0.4, let's have our hold as the 100, and our release is around 70, that should and react a bit better for us in terms of timing. together, we can just use the threshold from here just to gauge how much we want each one to respond. So if we start at 0, we'll get nothing, and we'll just dial it back to bring it in. We can make use of the hysteresis to give it a slightly wider range once it's been triggered. So that's given us a new rhythm based on the drums. If we just turn the gate off and have a listen and turn it back on, we'd be able to hear that new rhythm. That's just a really easy way to create a new rhythm or a rhythm relevant to your drum track or any other element in the track using the gate. I hope the video has been helpful for you. Thank you very much for subscribing. We'll see you on the next one. Okay guys, so we are here in Logic and we've just got a project loaded up here. This is just part 1 from my how to make liquid drum and bass series. So if you're interested in that, go and check that series out. It's 4 videos, well worth watching. And I'm just going to show you here your best source for white noise and just how you can make a quick white noise sweep. Easiest way to do it in Logic. So we've got this 32 bar beat. What we'll do, we'll look to make a white noise sweep, just go from say bar 29 through bar 32, just to give us a nice loop round. So your best source for white noise in Logic Pro nowadays is Alchemy. So if we make a new software instrument here, we click the little plus up here, we're going to go software instrument, and if we go instrument we can choose Alchemy here and it will just be there for you guys right at the top, nice and useful. If we click create, that's going to give us a nice brand new channel, and we're going to stick it at the bottom here for my own organizational purposes, and we'll name it white noise demo for you guys. Yeah, to make a white noise sweep, you tend to just need one note. So in Logic here, I have my second control here set up as pencil. So if I hold Command and click on bar 29, it's going to give me a nice new pattern there. Notice how it's automatically colored a different color to everything else. If you want to know how to do that, in my Logic Pro videos series, which I'll link in the description below, there's one for setting up the automatic coloring and color grading of everything so it doesn't just come out green every time. So if we double click on that, we're just going to give ourselves one note that opens in the piano roll, and honestly, like a C3 note will do us absolutely fine. And we're just going to drag that out so it covers the 4 bars here. So you can see there where it starts, and we just want to cover our 4 bars like so. Awesome source. If we now get Alchemy up. Now this has been updated fairly recently, so this might have a slightly different workflow to what I'm going to show you, but essentially you want to get yourselves to a blank patch. If we go to File, we have Initialize Preset. This used to say Clear. So once we've done that, it takes us into the Advanced tab. What we're going to do real quick is just turn A off, and we're going to go into A here. We don't need this saw oscillator up here, so we're going to turn that off, and we have a noise oscillator down here. We'll turn that on. That's going to reactivate A for us, and that gives us white noise. Now we have 2 parameters here. We've got the high cut and the low cut. We can automate those, but it's a lot easier if you put it through to the filter yourself. What I'll tend to do is use the low cut just to take the real low body out, usually around sort of the 80-90 hertz region, depending what I'm up to, because we're never going to need that really low down noise. If you do, leave it in, but generally the mix just causes problems for you. So if we now go back to global, you'll see filter, we've got a low pass with a 12 decibel slope. I find the 24 dB slope to be a little bit more useful, and let's go for the edgy one in this case. So that's now controlled via the cutoff here, which is super cool. What we want to do is probably control the drive, the resonance, and the cutoff all in one go. So what I'll do is go to the inspector, usually over here on the left. I'll change the automation mode from read to touch. And what we're going to do, we're going to hit play and we're just going to do a tiny little movement on all three of those, and that's going to make our 3 automation lanes. I find that a lot quicker than making them and assigning them myself. So that now would have assigned us 3 lanes, which is cool. We've put that back into read. Alchemy can go away for the minute. If we press A, we're going to get our automation lanes up, and you'll see here that it's made the 3 lanes for us. If we use our little drop down arrow on the left, boom, we've got everything we need. That's so much easier than making 3 lanes and assigning the parameters. I mean, if we click and just have a look for the Alchemy parameters, they could be like anywhere, like, you know, it's just pain. So doing that, really quick way to get them all assigned. To make the sweep, I think we're going to go from low frequency to high frequency. So if we do something along these lines, notice again how I'm going to 80 there. Don't really need it to get any lower ever, but I just cut it out in the actual oscillator itself, just so I can never really make a mistake. I think resonance, we'll have resonance high and then take it out quite quickly, and we'll drive it right towards the end. And let's just hear what we've got. How easy was that? So let's just, for context, let's grab a little bit longer of the loop, should we? Let's go from 16 right the way through, and we can get a feeling for how that's going to work. Cool, that sort of does the job we're after, but it's a little bit uninspiring and not too dramatic to the end. So some things I like to do, and it's completely optional on your part, but if we go to effects in here, let's switch this first one on, and what we're going to do is pop a reverb on here. And if we just do, honestly, the acoustic reverb will do the job for us. I want to have it mixed about 30% in. And we can leave the size and everything pretty large, I reckon. And then after that, we are going to put a delay on it. That's good, that's good, that's good. That's good. A little bit of a crossover, a little bit of a pan. Mix you in about 30% as well. There we go, a little bit more drama there for us, and just a nice little white noise transition. Super easy to make using Alchemy. I hope the tutorial was helpful for you guys. If it was, please leave a like on the video, subscribe to the channel, and if you want more Logic videos, check out the playlist below. Thank you very much. I'll see you on the next video.
What's up guys, it's Anders. Just a quick bit of context on this video. It's cut together from a couple of live streams. So it is literally the whole mixing and some of the production process of the track Hold On Me, which I think was like an hour or so on live stream, and the whole mastering process. I broke down what I was doing, how I was coming to certain ideas, how I was building everything out, but I did the whole thing live. So I think we're over 2 hours on the video roughly. There are mistakes in it, there are pauses, there are times where I just have to play and listen to the track over and over. If you're not getting any value from it, that's cool, don't listen to it. But the idea is I've put it all together so you can really see the process, all the little tips and tricks and things I use, and how I got to the end result. Right at the end of the video, I've also put the music video. I'm putting this out before the music video technically releases. So if you want to get an idea of how it sounded in the final stage, and what the video and everything was like, you can skip to the end, have a listen to that as well. All I'm really hoping is you get some value and insight out of this. If you do, great, I can do more of these things in the future. If not, that's fine. You know, we tried it and it is what it is. I put the effort in. So thank you very much for watching, and I will see you guys on the next one.
Gonna hold on me, pulling me down, I follow wherever Here's something I can't leave. Oh Lordy, hold on me. Here's something I can't leave. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. Here's something I can't leave. Oh Lord, pulling me down. I follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under. pulling me down. Wherever he leads, well, he's taking me under. Oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down. Wherever he leads, well, he's taking me under. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, I'm a bit addicted. He's something that I can't believe. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. Oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me. He's something that I can't believe. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. He gonna hold on me, pulling me down. I thought of wherever he leads, well, he's taking me under. Oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down. I thought of wherever he leads, well, he's taking me under. Oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me. He's something I can't believe. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. He's something I can't believe. Oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me. He's something I can't believe. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. He's something I can't believe. Oh Lord, pulling me down. Wherever he leads, he's taking me under. Oh Lord, pulling me down. Wherever he leads, he's taking me under. Oh Lord, pulling me down. Wherever he leads, he's taking me under. Oh Lord, hold on me. And oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down. And oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down. And oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down. And oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down. And oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down. And oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down. And oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down. And oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down. And oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down. Wherever he leads, he's taking me under. And oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down. Wherever he leads, he's taking me under. And oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down. Wherever he leads, he's taking me under. And oh Lord, he's gonna pulling me down. Oh Lord, pulling me down. Never easy, He's taking me under. Oh Lord, pulling me down. Never easy, He's taking me under. Oh Lord, pulling me down. down, follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under. And oh Lord, he's got a hold on me, pulling me down, follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under. like my gold, so I'll forever be empty. Oh Lord, He's gonna hold on me. He's something I can't be. He's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. He's something I can't be. Oh Lord, He's gonna hold on me, pulling me down wherever He leads. Well, He's taking me under. Oh Lord, He's gonna hold on me, pulling me down wherever He leads. Well, He's taking me under. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, I'm a minute addicted. He's something I can't be. He's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. Oh Lord, He's gonna hold on me. He's something. Oh Lord, He's gonna hold on me, pulling me down wherever He leads. Well, He's taking me under. Oh Lord, He's gonna hold on me, pulling me down wherever He leads. Well, He's taking me. Oh Lord, He's gonna hold on me, pulling me down wherever He leads. Well, He's taking me under. Oh Lord, He's gonna hold on me, pulling me down wherever He leads. Well, He's taking me under. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, I'm a minute addicted. He's something I can't be. He's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. Oh Lord, He's gonna hold on me. He's something I can't be. He's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. He's something I can't be. Gonna hold on me, pulling me down wherever He leads. Well, He's taking me under. And oh Lord, He's gonna hold on me, pulling me down wherever He leads. Well, He's taking me under. pulling me down. Wherever he leads, well, he's taking me under. Oh Lord, he's gonna hold on to me, pulling me down. Wherever he leads, well, he's taking me under. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, I'm a Benedict. He's something that I can't believe. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. Oh Lord, he's gonna hold on to me. He's something that I can't believe. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. He's something I can't believe.
Cool. So, hello guys. Just checking that all the audio and everything's working there, and we seem to be good. So, essentially, I was supposed to get this track mastered, and it's fallen to the wayside. My engineer that usually does it isn't able to, and I don't have the time frame to shop around and find someone else. So, we are going to take a crack at getting the best I can out of it. Now, strictly, I would usually just send an audio file off for mastering, but I'm in the position here where if I find any glaring issues, I can go back and adjust it in the mix to get the best result I possibly can. So that is what we're going to look at doing. By the way, if my mic's cutting off at all, let me know in the chat. I've put a gate on it so you're not getting loads of bleed. So one of the first things that we've got loaded up, it will generally just be on my master bus, is tonal balance. We've got this custom spectrum in here that I take from the track here, Plastic World, and it's just something to help me balance out and let me know that I'm within the right realm. Really, this white line in the middle here, I want to be sort of tracking that as much as possible, but if I'm within the darker blue sections for the majority of the track, I'm in a good space all round. So that's one of the first things that I'll check out. We need to then potentially top and tail it frequency wise, bounce it out, top and tail it as well, and just make sure we're getting the best result out of it we can. So I'm just going to run through probably the latter part of the track from sort of this middle breakdown. Just have a proper listen to it, see what I'm getting on here, and then I'll look at what we're going to do to improve it and get it to a final stage.
Oh Lord, hold on to me, pulling me down. Wherever he leads, he's taking me under. Oh Lord, hold on to me, pulling me down. Wherever he leads, he's taking me under. I can't, no, I can't. Now I'm gone. You trying to save me? You took my soul as yours, and then you left nothing for me. So give me back my gold, so I'll forever be empty. Oh Lord, he's gonna hold on to me. He's something I can't believe. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. He's something I can't believe. Oh Lord, he's gonna hold on to me, pulling me down.
Sweet. So from that, I've got enough of an idea what really needs to be done. Like some of the high end is getting a little bit too much. There's a point where the bass actually is creeping out a little bit, but when we top and tail it, that should sort that out.
I'm having to do this completely plugin wise, so I'm thinking I'll probably start with Ozone 8 and look at some dynamic EQ just to catch a couple of different parts and balance them out slightly. So let's get Ozone 8 on. Go away, isotope updater. So we're just going to clear this default lot off, we don't want any of it. And we are going to go dynamic EQ to control straight up. The tonal balance control is part of Ozone 8's suite. If you've got Neutron 2 or Ozone 8 or both, tonal balance is part of that. So it's isotope. So I'm just going to work on this main section here to give me a real idea. Cool, so what I want to control the most is going to be some low end, right, probably around 60-70 Hertz. Instead of using the back sandal, we're going to do the band shelf, and I only think I'll need to dip it by about 2 dB or so. I'll take that back a little bit further, widen it out. Reason I'm using the band shelf is I don't really just want it to pull a single frequency down. I actually want to cover a little bit of area in here, so having this flat point just drops the whole lot for us. Might bring it right to the end, but I'm probably going to roll off an EQ anyway. Default is 2 millisecond attack time in this, by the way, which is crazy quick for something that low down. Probably going to go for about 40 millisecond. There's something I'll do a lot here. You can just hold Alt and sweep the frequencies in here. I just like to hear what's in certain spaces. Okay, so that's capturing that alright. Like in the 2K area, it's okay in some bits, but then it's losing a little bit. And the 2K is really where your ear catches the music the most. It's where vocals tend to sit. So if I highlighted it here, for example, here's where all the detail in the vocals is usually sat around. So I'm going to make use of the dynamic EQ again, but we're going to flip it round. So instead of compressing, it's going to lift up in certain areas. We'll keep it relatively wide as well. And probably just a dB.5 is probably enough, but we'll see. Cool, so hopefully you can hear that. I've got my audio set good on the stream and then downgraded the picture quality. So when I have that disabled, you can hear everything, the vocals are okay, but just by popping that up a little bit, it's controlling them and giving them a nice little lift, so they're always like bang sat right where you want them in your ear. So let's just have a listen to that. So off and then on. Yeah, so that works for me. I'm liking that at the minute. Hey, we might have to undo some things, but it's dead subtle. It's probably only adding a dB to a dB.5 at max. And the top end, I'm not entirely sure what to do about that at the minute, because when we play other sections of the track, it's perfectly fine. Yeah, that's all right in a minute. So just a couple of little adjustments, just that little tweak on the vocal, just lifting it up in key moments, and just that control on the low end. It's mainly when the bass swaps, there's two different bass lines in here, and when we get that swap we get a bit of an extra lift and crossover, so just controlling that really. So that's doing the job for us at the minute. Something I do need to do is just test the main drop in mono. So on Ozone over here on the left hand side, we've got a quick switch from stereo to mono. It was still good at the minute, although the low end isn't perfect, and there's probably something in the mix that I could do to fix that. However, we're going to look at doing it as if we're just mastering the final track. So we're going to grab the imager and we'll have a look at the low end this way. So if you don't know about a vector scope is going to show your balance between left and right. Something that runs right down the middle is perfect in mono. Something that leaks over to the left and right sides is going to phase cancel. Wait, so there's something on my Moog bass there, look, that just is phase cancelling. That's what I'm losing in when I switch over to mono. So in a club system, that's probably going to really affect the subs and the feel of the track. So we're going to use this just to control it a little bit and try and keep it within this area rather than let it seep into the sides. Look. So we can quite literally use the stereo width on this area just to dial it down a touch, and don't need to crank it to the middle. That'll just give a line straight down the centre. Look. While that's great, it does take a little bit of the feel away, and I just want it to be in the controlled area, so it's, you know, sitting in a decent space in the meters, but still got the feel of my tune. Sweet, so about halfway down is doing that. If you guys can't hear anything, it's because it's like pretty much all just sub here, so everything below 140 Hz. I'm in a decent set of headphones doing this at the minute. So now if we unsolo that, leave that engaged, when we switch back to mono we should have better subs. Happy days, better bass and better kick. So let's disable it and leave it in mono, and I'll enable it. Hopefully you can hear the difference. Yeah, just gives it better detail. It sounds a bit flabby without it. Only in mono, like, it sounds fine in stereo, but there's always the chance that it's going to get played that way, so we just try and correct these things as we go. Stereo wise, I think we're okay. As long as we're not dipping past this 0 into the -1 area, we're going to be good. That seems fine, and when we listen to it, it is absolutely sound in mono as well, so that's good for us. I hope we're in a relatively good place so far. These are all just the boring little things that you need to correct and make sure as good as possible. And like I said, lots of it should be done in the mix, but you know, the idea of mastering is we get this final stage squared away as much as possible. I'm thinking potentially putting an EQ after this, just to cut away that low end. See, this section here has got a different bass line to the one that is post it, and what I could do is use the multi-band compressor just to control them even more but bring their level up. So if we get dynamics in, now for some reason when you load up Ozone, the dynamics is already set to -12 and everything, and it starts compressing a load of areas, so I just go through all the bands and just drag them off. I've never been bothered to set up a preset Now that sub, that's affecting me to sort of 140, so that should be fine there. So let's just look at the switch over here, so it's in this area here. Yes, it just needs the littlest bit of control on that low end. Maybe a little bit higher up, to be honest. Getting towards the 200 area. Relatively slow attack, so compressor settings on ozone at the bottom section here. Probably about 30 on the attack for this. Ratio of probably about 2.5, but we might tweak it. Release can be super slow as well, sort of 87 is quite good for D&B. We might go as high as 120. We just want to capture... Oh, we're still on the high end, damn you. Get rid of you. Boom. We're 87-ish. We were, what, 2.5? Right, let's dial you down. Now, movement-wise, it looks to only be about 3 or 4 dB that it needs to control, so I'll probably control about half of that. Okay, auto gain's always off for me. I do everything manually. Now, if we bring that up by about 2, we should be in a good place. Let's just listen and keep an eye on our meters.
Lord, pulling me down. Oh Lord, pulling me down. Never easy, taking me under. Oh Lord, pulling me down. Never easy, taking me under. I can't, no I can't. Now I'm gone. Every time to save me, each of my soul is yours.
Boom, that's pretty much perfect. I'd probably gain it up just the tiniest bit more, 2.5 dB. There's moments where it's taken out up to 4.5, but majority of the time it's barely touching it, and the rest of the track not getting any compression at all at the moment. I could potentially lift the high end up, but I'm actually potentially going to do a bit of fake analog distortion just to give some extra content up there and give that extra lift. We're going to give that a bash now, I think. So dynamics, yeah, we can do that. Go to Exciter. I'm going to make a very specific band area here. My real high end's fine, so I want to leave this probably 12.5K. It's this area here, sort of like the 5 to 12K that can maybe do with a bit of extra oomph. Triode might be alright, but I'm thinking analog or tape potentially. We'll try some different sounds and see what we get, see what we like. Let's have the whole thing in context.
Oh Lord, pulling me down. Never easy, taking me under. Oh Lord, pulling me down. Never easy, taking me under. I can't.
Now that's nice. Could you hear the difference between analog and triode as well? Like triode was getting a bit too harsh, analog's a little bit smoother, added more frequencies, effectively different distortions, add different harmonics in different orders. You get a different response out of each. You can split 4 different ones, so you get different harmonics. Like if we did it on the low end, we could almost, depending on what type of distortion we chose, choose the harmonics it would generate, which is dead useful. Analog's working quite nice there, just pushing that. I don't think anything else on the track needs touching in that kind of area.
Oh Lord, pulling me down. Never easy,
Okay, so a big thing now is make sure I'm not ruining the track. So you guys might get bored listening to the same thing over and over, but this is what I've got to do. I'm going to listen through the majority of the track. I'll have my eyes closed. I won't even be looking at the screen. I just want to listen to what's going on, make sure it's all good. If we're in a good place, we're going to carry on. Potentially just a bit of top and tailing. I'm thinking maybe de-edger or even like the spectral shape, because there's a little bit of harshness going on in places that's not always there. And that's it. Right, I'm just going to have a listen through.
Gonna hold on me, pulling me down, follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under. And oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down, follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under.
Okay, that's sounding pretty solid to me. I'm liking a lot of what's going on. Remember I said how usually I'd work on a piece of audio, but I've got the ability to fix it in the mix in this case. I heard a little something on the strings where they're kind of lacking in the real top end, so I am just going to have a quick look at them and put a bit of an EQ lift in there, I think. We've got a Fab filter, J37 delay, cool, we'll do it on Fab filter. So it felt like it was going to be right around here. So there's a nice stack section just here. We're going to loop that. And yeah, I think it's going to be around 4K, but we'll see. Yeah, that was the bit that I wanted to hit. So it's right around here. I said 4K, but hey, we're like 7 there. Let's boost it for about 3 dB. Yeah, that's it. I wanted those little like high bits towards the end just to poke out a bit, so we'll leave that and roll with it. That worked nicely. Let's get our plugs back up. So let's grab this main section again. One thing when I'm mastering, at least, I'll loop the main section, the most important bit of the track, essentially usually the loudest bit of the track, over and over and over, because really that's the bit everyone wants the impact in. As long as everything still sounds alright on the breakdowns, that's great. Some engineers, they will cut the audio into different bits and they'll actually master like the breakdowns and drops and things separately, or sometimes automate things. It really depends. Usually I've written all that feel into the track. Generally the kind of music I make, I don't need to be that drastic, but there's a way some people work. I'm just gonna make sure the drops and the key bits sound absolutely spot on and that we don't destroy anything else.
Oh Lord, hold on me. Here's something I can't believe. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. Here's something I can't believe. Oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down wherever he leads. When
So what I'm going to do now is what's called top and tail. Not top and tail as in cut anything away, but top and tail as in I'm going to use an EQ, and I'm not going to use the Ozone one. I am going to use FabFilter Q2 just because I prefer what it does, and we are going to, hopefully you guys can see that, it's mainly off the screen there, switch it from 0 latency to natural phase. We're going to take the extreme lows out with a 24 dB cut around 21 Hertz, and we're going to take the top out with a 24 dB cut at around 22,000, which is quite a way above where we can hear, but it just gives a nice little cut off to the sound, and you'll probably see that the tonal balance profile evens out a touch as well, because there's not things going on out of the audio spectrum that we can't actually hear.
Oh Lord, hold on me. Here's something I can't believe. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. Here's something oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down wherever he leads. Well, he's
Cool, so we're still losing a little bit of the high end. We can just have that pop a little bit more, but I don't want to overcook it. So I'm going to use, another bit of the dynamic EQ. And it's sort of around this area. We can keep it quite wide, but then the actual high end's fine. So to compensate, I'll dip a couple of dB off like this. We are going to drive this upwards, but only in key moments when everything's there. And we'll see how that balances out and adjust it as we go.
oh Lord, hold on me. Here's something I can't believe. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. Here's something I can't believe. Oh Lord, hold on me. Here's something I can't believe. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. Here's something I can't believe. Oh Lord, hold on me. Here's something I can't believe.
Sweet, so what I was just doing there was just testing it at different levels on my end. Volume would be the same for you guys, but I was just dropping it down so it's nice and low. Low volume, you can really hear the difference between high frequencies when you're adjusting levels. It's always good to test things really, really quiet. If they sound good quiet, when you turn it up, they're generally going to be alright. Now that's not cooking it too hard, it sounds quite nice with the extra presence. It might be a little bit much when we limit the track, but we'll maybe dial it back then. But for the minute, that's feeling pretty good. I like that.
Oh Lord, hold on me. Here's something I can't believe. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. Here's something I can't believe.
I mean, honestly, I could maybe even push it a little bit harder, but we're going to limit the track. That's going to bring a lot of extra volume. I don't know if this will be coming through on the stream at all, but there's absolutely just a little bit of harshness up there. If we solo this frequency area, I guess it's right up there. I could dip that out with an EQ or go back into all the individual bits, but it'd be quite harsh EQing to get rid of that. There is this wicked little tool, which we need to put after Pro Q really, called De-Edger. There is actually a way to do it in Ozone. I just prefer what this little guy does, to be honest. And we can literally just grab the Master Bus preset. It's going to get us in the right ballpark. There on it. So this just basically, instead of doing really harsh and sharp EQ subtraction and finding those individual little frequencies, this kind of does it a bit like a multi-band compressor, but for that sort of job. And that is essentially what we're going to leave it there doing now.
Oh Lord, hold on me. Here's something I can't be. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally.
Tell you what's interesting, what I thought was doing it was definitely the hi-hats, but according to this, that little harshness detection that it's pulling out is coming from the snare. And hello Ben, good to see you dude, thanks for watching.
Oh Lord, hold on me. Here's something I can't be. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally. Here's something I can't leave. Oh Lord,
so I'm pretty happy with where we are on that. What we need to do now is get our levels and everything right for streaming, because that's what we're going to master for here. So we're going to grab Insight so we can have a little look at what we're doing there. The Magic Giant plugin list, Isotope. Insight is up the top. So tonal balance control can disappear for the minute. We don't need that, we've tested that out. We don't need the spectrum analyzer. And we're going to set our target LUFS to Spotify's current standard, which is -14. And after our EQ here, so after the fab filter that's doing the top and tailing, we are going to have a limiter. And actually we'll use the Ozone 8 maximizer. Probably IRC3, maybe 4. And we're going to try and get the level out. I haven't got any kind of control over how loud this goes. I've gained you guys back by about 3 dB, but just bear in mind this is going to get louder now.
oh Lord, hold on me. Here's something I can't be. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. Here's something I can't leave. Gotta hold on me, pulling me down, follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under. And oh Lord, he's gotta hold on me, pulling me down, follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under. Oh Lord, he's gotta Here's something I can't leave. Oh Lord, it's gonna hold on me. Here's something I can't leave. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted. Here's something I can't leave.
Sweet. So the reason I played it from the intro is that we're doing like integrated LUFs. Spotify is going to look for the overall average loudness. If I just measure like a key heavy section here, it's probably going to go over the -14 if we reset it. Yeah, by quite a long way, but the average of the track could actually be considerably lower, so we need to get a big section of it to get an idea of what we're doing there. As well, I'll just talk about some of the other things I've done. So I've put on true peak limiting because we're going to a low quality format. We can sometimes get what's called intersample peaks that they're going to exceed 0. This makes sure that doesn't happen. And we've also dialed back the ceiling to -1 dB. So during file conversion from MP3 to ACC or the streaming formats that say Spotify use, again, we can get these peak issues. So having 1 dB of headroom is currently the recommended standard. If you ever want to test that out yourselves, there is a free plugin from Apple. If you go to the Master for iTunes website, you can put that on the end in Logic and it will tell you if you're going to get intersample peaks when you go to certain formats. Equally, if you're using Ozone in the full app here rather than the individual ones, updater thing, is also this codec option here, and you can check some things out in there. It doesn't necessarily let you check for intersamples though. So I'm just going to have a quick listen through, make sure we're not massively exceeding, limiting by about 3 dB, quite fast. IRC3 on crisp sounds quite nice, so we're going to keep going with that.
Hold on me, pulling me down, follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under, and oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down, follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under.
Alright, so we've gone a little bit over, but it was at a really key high moment. I would kind of allow that, to be honest, and go for the extra loudness, because the majority of the tracks are quite chill and quite low down. It's not taking away too many transients. It was already quite a loud mix that I had, so we don't need to use any transient emphasis. What I might do is just try out the IRC4 potentially on modern and see if we can get a little bit more of a squeeze on it, and try and retain some of the sharpness that's not quite there at the minute.
So the difference straight away is the IRC4 in Modern's just much sharper, much more digital. I don't want to say digital, but cleaner. The IRC3 is just a bit not as crisp as I'd like.
Oh Lord, hold on me. Here's something I can't believe. It's like a drug to me now. I'm totally addicted.
Right, so we're in a pretty good space there. What we're going to do now is just get, no, not insight, go away. We want tonal balance back up. I'm going to play through the entire tune in this instance. And I just want to see how we're going, if I'm happy with it, and if I think anything. Before, when I listened, I just picked up on those strings and just made a little tweak on it. Just going to do the same thing now. Just have a listen through.
Gonna hold on me, pulling me down, follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under. And oh Lord, he's gonna hold on me, pulling me down, follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under.
Alright, so we're good. I'm pretty happy with that. What I am going to do is go back a couple of steps and I'm going to do a single band compressor. There's a couple of bits where To me, everything still feels a little bit separated. I'm going to try and achieve some glue. We can see here that we got a peak of plus 0.2 dB, and yet on the right channel we got minus 0.8 on average, which both are a little bit loud for me in a mix. I don't really know what caused this. I had a little look while it was playing through and I couldn't find it, and equally I didn't hear it happen. So I'm not going to stress over it unless any of the bounces come out to be an audible issue on there. But headroom wise, it's going to be absolutely fine on the end here. So I am going to go back into Ozone here rather than just the maximizer. I can spin you off for a minute. Oh, if anyone knows how to get rid of this sodding updater, do let me know. So yeah, I think even after the exciter we can go in, and I'm going to make use of the vintage compressor. I don't want the low detection to set it off when that big sub kicks in, so we'll bring that up to about 120 maybe, maybe a bit below because we do want the kick to be part of it, somewhere around there. We'll switch between the modes as we go. Whether or not we do mid-side, yeah, potentially, because we do want this to work nicely in mono, so we're going to set this in mono. Where I really heard it was in this section here, I think.
Oh Lord, pulling me down, taking me under.
Yeah, you know what? It's actually absolutely sound in mono, so perhaps it's going to be the sides that were giving me some jip, if you will. So let's look at compressing the sides separately. This is going to sound dead weird, but I'm just going to be listening to the sides of the track. So I like what that's doing now. I'm just going to A and B it real quick to make sure that is the sort of effect I was after. We'll have the intro and like breakdown section come after it as well, so we can get an idea and make sure it's not destroying anything as well. Yeah, so for me that's working. It's gluing the whole thing together a bit more. I haven't even added the gain. I'm probably going to go back to the limiter and add that couple of dB gain, or maybe less, back into it. Let's just test and make sure we've not destroyed anything.
Cool, so we've affected the dynamics and level, so we need to go back into Insight and back into our maximizer in this case. Could have been a limiter, but I went for the maximizer because it's got some nice algos with it. And we might need to add a little bit more gain to it because we've taken that down on the sides and the mid, but haven't given it any level back. Cool, so let's get a much better reading. So that looks to be good.
Gotta hold on me, pulling me down, follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under. And oh Lord, he's gotta hold on me, pulling me down, follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under.
Boom, happy day. So nice big loud tune, nicely balanced, not out of place in any way, shape or form. Bounce down time. So key thing with bounce down in Logic, you can add a little bit of time before. You don't want to trigger it right like off the bat here. We want to give a little bit of running
Then when we've got those final waves, we can cut them in really tight if we want, but give it a bit of a lead in, and as well give it a bit of a lead out. In this case, I've just got the decay of the piano. Like that, just a bit of lead out time on there. That's it. If you haven't ever seen my video on how you should bounce down, I'm going to do a few different types of bounce down. Feel free to stay in for them. Essentially, we're going to be, oh, do you know what I haven't done? I haven't done dithering on Maximizer. That's important. So on here we need to do a bit of dither, because we are going to go down to a 16-bit file in this case, because I just want these to be the final tracks that I upload so they can land on streaming services. This isn't a CD Redbook master job, this is purely for streaming. So we're going to switch dither on. I will generally like to do like a medium or low dither amount. The high on M-bit dither, absolutely sound for me. Limit peaks. Auto blanking, not really necessary, but we're going for 16-bit in bit depth. We don't need the auto blanking. That is essentially it. So dither is on, that's what we need to do. The profile you've got here, this is your noise profile that's going to be added to the track. That needs to be done every time you downgrade in quality. So this is a 24-bit track going down to 16, so it needs dithering. There we go, we've got dither active now, and we can do that. So bounce down wise, track to the start, Command and B, 16-bit 44.1 interleaved WAV file. I'm not going to do a real-time one just yet, I'll do that in a second. So I'm going to do offline, and we can include audio tail as well in case there is going to be anything past there that we need. Normalize definitely off. PCM for me, I prefer WAV, but honestly you can do AF absolutely fine, completely up to you. Just always worked in WAV, don't know why. And that is essentially it. We're going to bounce that out to there. If it's sensible, it's going to land in the right folder for me. Do potentially the right folder, yeah, and we'll stick it in masters. As you can see, I've got some rough master ideas already in there, so we are going to do master, and we'll put live stream on so I know which one it was. And your offline, and you are 16B 44.1, and we'll let that dude bounce out. So Rushdown, if you are still in here, are you uploading videos to YouTube, or you got tracks on SoundCloud? Anything that you want to share with me? Well, it's sometimes worth as well bouncing out a 24-bit audio file, even if you go into streaming services. I'm going to bounce down 2 versions now because we're on a live stream. I'd normally do 3 or 4. That's going to be offline 16-bit, 24-bit, then online, and then online second bounce, and I will listen through all 4 and make the decision of which version I prefer best, essentially which one that I'm going to keep and roll with. Each time you bounce down, you actually get a slightly different result. I did a video on that, showing the comparisons. Like if you're using sample libraries and synths and stuff, they don't produce exactly the same thing every time, which is another reason to bounce everything down to audio rather than like MIDI tracks I've got here. But it's not necessary to do, really, if you're happy with how the track's sounding each time. It's just that you get a slightly different performance. And if you bounce down in real time, you sometimes get better automation readouts than you do with an offline bounce. If you ever do a bounce, you get those pops and clicks. That's usually remedied by doing an online bounce. It's to do with your automation being written over during an offline bounce. So I'm going to cut the mic now, and I will do an online bounce, and then we'll probably call it a day.
down, follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under. And oh Lord, he's got a hold on me, pulling me down, follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under.
Boom, and there you have it, a tune finished up and mastered on live stream. Hopefully you guys that are watching learned something. Any of the questions that I answered in the chat, which was few and far between by the looks of it, if you've got any, throw them in the comments on the video. I'll leave this uploaded for you guys, but that is essentially my process for getting something ready for streaming. I don't necessarily like to master my own tracks. Like I said at the start, I would normally get somebody else to do this, but I'm happy with that result. I think what I'll do is tomorrow with fresh ears, I'll sit and have a listen on a couple of different things. I've got 2 sets of headphones that I really like. I'll test it on those. I'll test it in earbuds. I'll play it out on my phone. Just make sure it's translating on all those different areas. But after that, that's it. I'll get it uploaded. This will be out later this year. We've got a video coming for it as well. So
yeah, thank you very much for watching, guys, and I shall see you again in the future.
Gonna hold on me, pulling me down, follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under. And oh Lord, he's got a hold on me, pulling me down, follow wherever he leads. Well, he's taking me under. Oh